Mic test. 1, 2. One, two. Mic test. It's good. 1, 2. Mic test. 1, 2. Yes, kabisa.
God of all creation,
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya
Mic test. 1 2 1 2.
1 2.
Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing.
Announcement. Mic testing 1 2. Mic testing 1 2. To the participants, welcome to Kenya. As you come in, kindly you are requested to secure a seat. As you come in, kindly you requested to secure a seat. As you are coming in, I'm sure you might be signing somewhere as we recognize those people who have arrived. This is the second version of the summer school, Nairobi Summer School, that is held on climate justice. Karibu sana, so you're most welcomed. As you secure your seat, kindly find a place that you can be able to be comfortable. In a short while, we're going to start our program, so feel most welcome. As we start our program, kindly get a seat, secure a seat as we start. We're expecting high-profile visitors coming in shortly. We want to welcome them, so kindly, if you have somewhere, you can have a seat and secure a comfortable place for yourself. Welcome again for the second version of the summer school. As we settle to the room, kindly we are requested to observe silence. Kindly, if you're standing, you can secure a seat somewhere as we start the program for the second summer school, Nairobi.
tick, 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 tick. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Saw.
Dear participants from all the countries represented, you are highly welcome to this second version of the Summer School Nairobi. We want to thank you for all the journey you've made from different countries and different divides to join this summer school. Shortly, we're going to have announcements, and kindly secure a place for yourself, have a seat where you're comfortable and where you're able to feel comfortable. Feel at home. Nairobi is your home, your second home as we prepare for the summer school. We're going to give few announcements pertaining the conference facilities, so kindly hold on as we work together. Kindly, if you are somewhere, find a seat for yourself.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
One, two. Testing. Test. 1, 10, 16, 17. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 10, 11, 16. Check 1, 11, 20. Yeah.
testing 1 2. Highs, main speaker, check 1 2, testing, sawa. Front, check 1 2, kidogo tu, check 1 2, sawa. Surroundings, check 1 2. Check 1 2, testing, check 1 2, sawa. It's okay. Gooseneck, check 1 2, check. Volume please. Check. Testing 1 2. It's okay.
Hello, dear participants. Once again, welcome to the second version of the Nairobi Summer School. We want to welcome you all from all the countries that are represented here. We have realized that already we have 47 countries represented. Thank you for traveling all the way from Benin, all the way from Botswana, all the way from Burkina Faso, all the way from Chad, Congo, DRC, Egypt, Ethiopia represented. We want to thank you all as we start this program. A few logistic issues being discussed and handled. Feel free. You can be at a position now to test your headphones to find out if you're able to hear. In case of any technical problem, kindly pass the message to the information desk. In a special way, allow me recognize one of our special guests who have arrived, Mr. Ayede Kabede, the program manager from Sweden International Development Corporation, SIDA. Karibu sana. Thank you, sir, for arriving to this special occasion. The second version of the Nairobi Summer School is a version of its own, and we welcome you all. Dear participants, in a special way, allow me recognize the presence of our guest who has joined us from online, Dr. Jean Paul Adam, the Director, Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Division on UN Economic Commission for Africa, UNEA. We want to thank you, Dr. Jean Paul, for joining us online. And all the participants, as we settle kindly, we want to harmonize as we get equally the team from online. Our online team, Viva, come on. We're about to start our program in a short while as we wait for other guests to arrive. Dear members, once again, welcome to Kenya for the second Nairobi Summer School. Feel free to interact with someone who is besides you. It is a special moment that we represented here by several countries in Africa and in the other divides of the world. Togo is represented, Tunisia is represented, Uganda is represented, and the far away US is represented, and equally Colombia is represented. As the participants come in, we're going to know who is represented. Kindly feel free to be part of this team. I want to hope that as you came in, you've registered at the information desk as we pass the other announcements. To our online team that is joining us virtually. Kindly, we request that we hold a little bit as we work on the interpretation mode and the other logistics for ICT. Kindly bear with us a little bit. We're going to wire you up as we come in. Dear participants, once again, we want to recognize the presence of Mara Sam, the senior advisor to COP27 president, who has joined us virtually. Kindly hold as we keep in touch. Dear members, as you are, make sure that all your devices are working. We want to set the pace quickly. Bear with us as we start the program. Dear participants, once again, we want to recognize the presence of Dr. Ezekiel Lesmon, the Director of Programs, All Africa Conferences of Churches represented. Daktari, welcome to the online platform. As we work on the logistics to present and have the PowerPoint on board, kindly keep in touch as we start this program. In a special way, I want to recognize the presence of the Acting Executive Director of Pan-Africa Climate Justice, Mr. Charles Mwangi, is here with us. Equally, shortly, we're going to be joined by the Chair of the Department, Dr. Joseph Kurauka, School of Environmental Studies and Community Development. Once again, I want to recognize the presence of Amar Essam, who is the Senior Advisor to the COP27 President, joining us virtually from Egypt. So we in the process of getting connected to the world. Feel at home and welcome back to the second version of the Nairobi Summer School being held at Kenyatta University. Dear participants, once again, we're working on the logistics for internet connectivity. Shortly bear with us as we work with the ICT team. We're going to give special announcements as we start this second version of the Nairobi Summer School. Welcome once again. Thank you for that good presentation. Thank you. We're setting a pace for this conference. Kindly allow me put a few announcements. The ICT team is working on the conference Wi-Fi. Kindly bear with us as we work on the same. We want to recognize the presence of the online team that is keeping on joining. As other performers are working out, we are going to be explained about the dance later on when the other team comes. In a special way, allow me again welcome you to the second version of the Nairobi Summer School as we work on the same. We're waiting for the university management and the special guests to come in. As we prepare for the same, a few announcements will come across. So when we will be ready, we will let you know, be part of this program. Thank you. Dear participants, as we wait for the inauguration of the symposium of this second version of the Nairobi Summer School, allow me in a special way recognize the presence of our last year's summer school participants represented by one of our special members from Nigeria, Lokia Beng. If you're there, kindly wave to the congregation. Stand and wave. Where, if you are, stand and wave. That is Lokia Beng, the youth representative of the Commonwealth from the WAFA to Nigeria. Again, allow me to recognize the presence of our special guest from Zimbabwe, Rufaro Masika. Where you are, kindly stand and wave to us. Those are experienced personnel from the previous summer school. In a special way, again, allow me to recognize other countries that have been represented. Zambia is here. We've got Philippines being represented. Rwanda is coming on board. Mozambique, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia. And equally, Haiti is here with us. As we keep on moving on, kindly, dear members, we start the pace for this summer school. Dear participants, we want to prepare you, the university management and the other dignified figures. As they come in, we are going to do an honor as we stand. We are going to tell you, we stand and play the national anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Then we will have a prayer as we start this program. We want to welcome you to this second version of the Nairobi Summer School. Meanwhile, as we wait for the university management to come in a special way, we want to recognize that this is the only summer school. And summer school here is a program that we have as climate justice as a course and summer school being the school. Kenyatta University is one of the highly ranked universities in Kenya. And as you visit around, we want to welcome you. Feel free. If you could want to have any other program, we will have a time to share more. But at the moment, feel at home. Kenyatta University is the place to be. Dear participants, now is a special time. We want to welcome the university management coming on board. We want to welcome them in a special way, so be prepared where you are. Let us have a moment of silence, a moment of silence, a moment of silence. Before they come kindly, I want to announce especially we have our special washrooms. As you get through the right exit on your hand, the gents are just slightly before there. And then moving forward is the ladies. Kindly, you'll have to follow instructions as they're written or presented. In a special way, I'm told now we are receiving the university management coming on board, the executive director of PACJA coming in. In a special way, I want us to be ready to prepare them for this special occasion coming in. So as we be ready, DJ, I'm sure you must be very ready. As they come in a special way, I want us to stand to have a honor for them. Kindly, where you seated, let us stand for the same as we welcome our special guest from the university management. We have representatives online. As they take their seats, kindly, the DJ, in a special way, let us prepare for the national anthem.
Ulilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Before we sit, let us have a special prayer from one of our participants.
Let's pray. Our most and gracious Father, we come before wonderful morning, Jehovah. We thank you for the good health, Jehovah, even as we gathered here, Jehovah, so that you can fulfill your responsibility for taking care of our nature, Lord, through this enhancing of climate justice among the youth and the UNFCCC engagement processes, Jehovah. We thank you for facilitators, Jehovah, and our participants. May you journey with us through the end of the conference and shall glorify your name. In Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you for that special item. We can now be allowed to have our seats. Now, in a special occasion, I'll want to welcome and bring or hand over the program from here to the way, far away to Cameroon to Eugene. Eugene, feel most welcome as you start this integration process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see so many of you. The bright faces from all over Africa and most of the Southern Hemisphere. It's really a pleasure. I want to acknowledge very especially the university authorities. Thank you for having us within your walls. We'd also want to acknowledge our partners, those who are making this possible through all kinds of support. This morning is the beginning of 2 weeks or so of intensive work. But it's also a reminder to us all that we are leaving a crisis that shouldn't leave anyone behind. But it's also a crisis that it's not only the business of the big meetings, because as far as we are concerned as Africans, it's really about the survival of our people. So there has never been any time that climate justice advocacy has been more important. If you take a look at the news, if you take a look at any of the reports, you will see the millions of Africans that have been left on the way because the global community has refused to take the bold actions that are needed to protect these people and pay for the losses and the damage that they suffer every day. And that's why the role of young people is critical, not only in connecting community voices to these global processes, but to also demand justice for a future that's yours. And so this morning, we're really zooming in on the role that young people can play in advancing climate justice and pushing for those actions that are needed to support communities that have done nothing other than just exist, but yet suffer immeasurably from the impact of climate change. We have a number of speakers this morning to begin the discussions. Some of them are online, and we want to acknowledge those who are joining us from the rest of the world remotely. Thank you for being there. Let us start this morning by inviting Mr. Charles Mwangi, who is Acting Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, to welcome us. And then once he speaks, we are going to invite, as you all know, that COP26, the Conference of Parties to the UNCCC, is taking place in Egypt later this year. We'll invite the special advisor to the COP presidency to also speak to us. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Charles Mwangi.
Whenever Eugene speaks before me, I have always to adjust my mic, because while he's very tall, I'm down to earth. The representative of the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Dean School of Environmental Studies, Dr. James Koske, the representative of the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, Mr. Ayere Kabede, who is together with us here, and we're very grateful for his coming, because SIDA has been our partner for many, many, many years. Indeed, they are the sponsors of this event, or this school. Director of Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Jean-Paul Adam, who is joining us virtually today. The representative of the co-president, who is actually the chief advisor of the co-president, joining us from Cairo. Representative from Glasgow University, Caledonian, Professor Jeffrey Tassin, our partner, who has been together with us for many years. The representative of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Thoita Thenya, of course representing the University of Nairobi, who are also partners of this Nairobi Summer School. Representative from WEDO, joining us all the way from the US, Kate Tobin. She'll be addressing us through a recorded message. Director of Programs at the All Africa Conference of Churches, AACC, Dr. Ezekiel Lesmore, joining us all the way from Korea. Partner organizations, I see VSO here. I see several other partners involved here, including the members of all African Activists on Climate Justice Partnership. I saw Oxfam, I saw several other partners, including AYC. Ladies and gentlemen, our students, good morning. Today is a better morning in Nairobi. We are now experiencing, a very, very cold weather. I couldn't survive, actually. That's why I caught some flu. But I think it's a good day today. We have some sunshine, and please enjoy it when it lasts. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of a unique, inimitable, matchless, inspiring, and exciting Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to witness a momentous occasion as we begin the process of shaping, transforming, and in true sense of the word, formatting these beautiful minds of our African youth to prepare them for the challenge ahead. And this challenge is a challenge of liberating this continent from the climate crisis that has befallen us. Exactly 1 year ago, we gathered in this same university, the University of the Future, as we used to call it those days, more than 20 years ago. I believe it is still the University of the Future, to launch the first edition of this exciting initiative, which is not just any other school. It is a gathering which carries hopes, aspirations, ambitions, and the future of the African people. We trained over 600 students, some virtually and others in person, and I can guarantee that indeed we are in the journey of transforming lives. Yes, this I know, because the alumni of the inaugural summer school, which we held last year, actually initiated a unique platform that we call South to South, a platform for youth on climate justice. They are also represented here. I know there are some members, some alumni members of the first school. I know Rufaro is here. I know Raki, all the way from Abuja, are also here as a witness that for sure we are really transforming lives. Last week also, the same youths were able to host a phenomenon youth conference in Kigali, of course, through support of PACCHA. Now, it is these youth-led initiatives that actually validate our interventions. These interventions by the young people are the ones that give us hope, and they illuminate a beam of hope, indicating for sure that we have hope in this continent. Now, this year, ladies and gentlemen, we have 150 students who are going to participate in this school, physically here, but we have another 700, can you imagine, that will be joining us virtually from wherever they are in the world. And I can guarantee that this school has attracted much more than the African youths. We are getting to see many other youths from other countries, from other regions, benchmarking with us. In the last conference in Kigali, we had youths coming all the way from Bahamas, some even paying for themselves to come and benchmark with our African youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are holding this summer school against a backdrop of a continent that is struggling to liberate herself from the adverse impacts of climate change. It is also not accidental that the school is being held only a few days after the conclusion of the UNFCCC SB 56, the subsidiary bodies at the UNFCCC, where negotiators from Africa put a spirited fight for climate justice, but with little to show after the African demands were watered down in the negotiation rooms, particularly by parties from the developed nations, who coincidentally are also the largest emitters of the greenhouse gases emissions. Agenda items like loss and damage, and of course, setting the global goal for adaptation, which is a necessity for Africa, and which are all important to the continent, did not receive the much needed attention. And we left born a disappointed community. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world leaders continue dragging their feet in seeking lasting solution to the existential threat to mankind, Africa continues to sink deeper in devastating impacts of climate change. The IPCC data has laid it bare the sad reality that the situation is getting worse year after year. In fact, according to the last report released in February, it's actually indicating that warming projections at the medium scenarios indicate that extensive areas of Africa will actually exceed 2 degrees temperature rise by the last 2 decades of this century, relative to the late 20th century mean annual temperature, and all of Africa at high emission scenarios. The report further indicates that it is likely that the average temperature over Africa will rise faster than the global average, particularly in the more arid areas, and that the rate of increase in minimum temperature will actually exceed that of the maximum temperatures. Now, this unabated temperature rise can only mean more frequent drought occurrences, erratic rainfall patterns, which translates to famine and loss of life. Today, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to a supermarket and you want to buy a 2-kilogram packet of maize flour, it will cost you 200 shillings. That is equivalent to almost $2. It's likely to get worse because this year, again, the long rains failed. This is the same scenario that is going to be projected across the entire continent. And therefore, we are really putting human face in the whole climate change discourse. Arid and semi-arid areas in Kenya accounts for 80% of our total land mass, and the pastoral communities living in these areas are losing their livestock daily. Women and children hardly get enough to eat and have no access to clean drinking water, and this, the story, is the same across the continent. Now, dear friends, climate change is actually a justice issue. While this continent is bearing the brunt of climate crisis, the truth is that it only accounts for a meager 4% of the total greenhouse gases emissions. It is also true that 20 countries, can you imagine? 20 countries in the world contribute 80% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. But can you imagine that the same 20 countries control 80% of the world GDP, which implies that they have the financial muscle required to actually avert the imminent collapse of life support systems. But unfortunately, we are yet to see serious financial commitments and political goodwill to address this life-threatening challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, climate crisis is the most urgent humanitarian situation or issue. The war requires everyone in the world, from women and the youth seated here and the others, indigenous people, the aged, religious organizations, economic blocs, governments, and the media to actually tackle this challenge. Africa must change strategy. We have dialogue on how to achieve influence. We must develop a running platform, as a lot of the situations and solutions actually rise within our African hands. Our destiny is actually in our very own hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. PACCHA has been the front line in mobilizing civil society fraternity and especially the youth to actually agitate for climate justice in the continent. We initiated the Young Digital Activist Program a few months ago from last year, which is incredibly transformational. Indeed, young digital activists across 12 countries in Africa have been instrumental in digital advocacy in the continent. Our goal, of course, is to upscale this model across 51 countries where PACCHA has active presence. Now, PACCHA remains very much committed to working with the African youth and to mentor them to become the leaders of today and tomorrow. Last month, like I mentioned, we partnered with WRI and Sustainable Energy for All to sponsor over 20 youths to attend a workshop on just transition in Kigali. And I want to mention that they went through rigorous training, including one of the trainers was actually the former president of Ireland, and that is Mary Robinson. She was actually one of the high dignitaries that trained our young people. But again, last week, we supported tens of youths to hold a unique conference at the sidelines of Chogam, like I mentioned earlier, and they came up with a statement, and this statement really has received a lot of attention across the world. And I want to say that we believe that investing in youthful generation is a sure bet in achieving low carbon, ecologically just, sustainable development in the continent. I wish to thank all our partners, and especially the government of Sweden, for believing in us and for supporting us and working with us in helping us support these young people. But I also want to also thank the government of the Netherlands again who are also our partners and who have been working with us in ensuring that we are able to support our youth. I wish also to thank our partners, Kenyatta University. Really, we are very grateful for your support. We partnered last year and we hosted a very successful summer school. We are here now again, and this partnership can only become better and better as we progress. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in a special way to also thank our media fraternity across Africa for the role they play in keeping our campaign alive. Environmental journalism is not just about reporting about climate change, but it's also about pushing the African narrative around the issue. We wish to see deconstruction of narratives about Africa by non-Africans. We must see Africans frame their own story and their own narratives. We are still in celebration mood, by the way, after honoring 21 journalists in Kigali only about 72 hours ago, actually less than 72 hours ago in Kigali. And we continue congratulating especially the overall winners from Citizen. That is Rakairo Muigai and Grace Aro from Citizen TV. And of course, all the other journalists across Africa who actually won that award. I implore journalists from Africa to consider yourselves as African ambassadors. Use your skills, expertise, and lived experiences to tell the African story that the world must hear. The youth need you to support them in amplifying their voices. Now, to our students, I wish you well as we begin these 2 weeks of rigorous training offered by experts from all over the world. We chose the very best for you. In fact, we have experts from Kenya, from Ghana, from South Africa, from Ethiopia, from India, from US, from Scotland. If we had some from Mars, we'd have brought them here. We also have distinguished personalities from other countries that will be joining you, that will be sharing the experiences with you. And I can actually guarantee, and on behalf of PACJA, that your lives will never be the same again after going through this course. So thank you so much, and welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice.
I have to adjust. Thank you very much. As I said earlier, COP27 will be taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And it's taking place against a backdrop of a series of failures to the African people. We think and we believe that unless COP27 is truly an African people's COP, one that finally places Africa at the center of the discussions, takes into account the difficulties and the special circumstances that the continent faces, it would be a failure. And so part of our strategy is to push the COP27 presidency to ensure that as world leaders prepare to come to Sharm el-Sheikh, they put Africa at the heart of the discussions. We therefore have the distinguished pleasure to have speaking to us this morning all the way from Cairo, the special advisor or the chief advisor to the COP president, Amer Essam. Amer, if you can hear us, please, you have the floor.
I can hear you well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Amer, we can hear you.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eugene. And thanks to my brother, Charles Mwangi. And I think I will have the luxury of not adjusting the mic that you both have been changing for the last couple of speeches. Allow me at the very first outset to welcome everyone to the second edition of Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice. Allow me also to bring you the best regards and respects of His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Egypt and the COP27 President-designate, His Excellency Minister Sameh Shoukry, as well to convey our congratulations, our support, and our deepest appreciation to the conveners of this edition of Summer School, including PACJA, including the University of Kenyatta, the University of Nairobi, and all the other partners, including the ones who supported this event, CEDA, Netherlands, and others. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear participants, this is a place where the COP27 presidency team feels at home. This is why I will speak to you today from the heart, share some very preliminary reflections and feelings about the importance of what you do today. For us, this summer school is important for several reasons. First of all, is that this presidency of the COP, the incoming presidency of COP27, has announced on several occasions that this will be a COP for implementation. As we move forward after the conclusion of the Paris Work Program and our keenness to move from the negotiation rooms and from texts to practical implementation and for impactful deliverables on the ground, this should be a COP that ushers in implementations and that makes people around the world feel the dividends of the climate process. If we're speaking about implementation, then it has to be people-centered implementation. An implementation without the participation of all stakeholders, and at the heart of that, civil society, academia, youth movements, women groups, is an incomplete and ineffective implementation. I would call it an empty implementation. Implementation would only be sound with a partnership among all these stakeholders with the government as part of a bigger orchestra for climate implementation and climate response. Second of all, is that we come from a continent where almost 70% of its population is less than 30 years old. To this effect, the role of young and future generations in the implementation of climate obligations and commitments is indispensable. For this reason, we are very appreciative of the effort that you are undertaking today in building the capacity and sharing the knowledge and the awareness among the young and future generations that we be part of the climate response for the next decades and generations. Third, is that what you do today is the perfect example for the agenda of action for climate empowerment, which is based on 6 elements, including public participation, public access to information, spreading public awareness, training, and capacity building, among other things. This is the type of grassroots activity and grassroots-led initiatives that we want to see happening every day in Africa and around the world. And this what will help Africans to tell their story in COP27 and inform the bigger international community about what are the best ways to respond to our needs and to our priorities. Fourth, but not least important, is as you mentioned at the beginning, COP is coming back to Africa. And for this, although that it is a global COP, it should also harness the most and be most sensitive to African needs and priorities. The voices of Africa need to be most visible and most well heard at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And what you're doing today and what you will be doing from now until November will certainly help this to happen. I want to conclude by 2 points. Your summer school is dedicated to the concept of climate justice, a concept which is very dear to the hearts of many of us. And for the presidency, climate justice entails several things. And one of its most important components, that Africa, being the least responsible for global warming and for emissions, but while becoming growingly the most affected by the adverse impacts of climate change as informed by science, deserves climate justice and deserves that the special needs and circumstances of Africa be acknowledged, and deserves to be empowered by means of implementation, including finance, including technology transfer, as well as capacity building. The second, that also when it comes to climate justice, that climate justice should entail the empowerment of young people to be part of the climate response and climate policy. An intergenerational process should be very centered in the way that we make decisions and implement them. Climate response also needs to be gender sensitive and takes into consideration the needs of women and girls, particularly in developing countries and in the places where people are most vulnerable. I leave it here. I thank you very much, and we look forward to welcome you in Sharm el-Sheikh, where Africa will be able to tell its story and define the best ways to respond to its needs. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it's good to hear that the Egyptian authorities understand the pressing need to have Africa at the center of the discussions, especially leading up to COP27 later this year. Activists are often thought of as angry people who are just angry about anything. And for many years, they've actually had a very sad reputation. But for us, we've made the choice that our advocacy is going to be informed by sound science, by sound arguments, but also increasingly, it's advocacy that needs to provide solutions. And there's no way you can do that without proper training. Perhaps that's also why we felt the need to start this summer school. But also, we believe that the universities have a critical role to play. And we are glad that Kenyatta University was very open to us. We are seeking partnerships with other universities, and I'm sure in the future, many other universities from across Africa will join this movement of transforming the advocates of today and tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite someone whom I can say is like the center of rotation in our engagement with Kenyatta University to welcome us formally to this campus before we proceed. Allow me invite Dr. Joseph Kuruaka. Dr. Joseph Kuruaka is the chair of the Department of Environmental Studies and Community Development here at Kenyatta University. Dr. Kuruaka, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. The Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance Acting Executive Director, Mr. Mwangi, the organizers of this event, all international and local participants, university management that is represented here, all protocol observed. I greet you all. Good morning. Dear participants, it is my honor to welcome you to this second Nairobi Summer School happening here in Kenyatta University. This is actually the second cohort for the second time. I am humbled to be part of the planning team that conceptualized this noble idea of this summer school back in mid-2019, and we planned actually to have our first summer school, or inaugural summer school, in the year 2020, but unfortunately because of COVID, the restrictions, that didn't happen. So we had to push it to last year, the first cohort. So the whole idea was to bring together young and vibrant practitioners, champions of climate change, to share their ideas and experiences on the effects of global warming, hence climate change variability. As it was mentioned earlier, the issue of global warming has been a key issue in this country, in all countries, especially globally, and the global south are the most affected. As we commence this second summer school, I take this opportunity to welcome you to this important training conference on climate justice. Allow me to bring to your attention that our theme this year is enhancing capacity for youth on United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change process for international advocacy engagement in COP27, as was mentioned, it will take place in Africa, in Egypt this year. Dear participants, traditionally, summer schools were organized only by institutions of higher learning, but we are witnessing a unique summer school that has been jointly organized by PACJA, and that is a Lindy civil society that is championing climate change and gender in globally, and also mainly in Africa, and also partnership with universities led by Kenyatta University as a higher institution of learning. So the success of the summer school is a call to the world to change the pedagogy in training climate advocates and also defenders, as well as ensuring collective action in addressing climate crisis and injustices. This is a call for multidisciplinary, disciplinary and multi-stakeholder approaches to tackling the complex problems of climate change in the 21st century. In conclusion, I feel most welcome to be part of the participant that will take the message to the world at these hard times. Indeed, climate change is a dragon of the century we are living in today. Thank you and welcome to Kenyatta University. Thank you.
Let me now invite Dr. Jean-Paul Adam, Director of Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Division at the UN Commission for Africa. UNECA has actually been a key partner of our work, and we are always privileged to have someone from there provide us their insight on these critical issues. Jean-Paul, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Je vous entends parfaitement. Good morning. And
Bonjour et bienvenue.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for giving me the floor and for giving the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa the opportunity to speak once again at this very important event and underline our partnership with the PACJA, who we consider to be one of the foremost organizations in climate advocacy, but also in delivering real solutions for Africa in the context of climate resilience. I would like to recognize a few of the key persons, the Executive Director of PACJA, our hosts at the Kenyatta University, Your Excellency, the representative of the Sweden International Development Corporation, the Ambassador of the Netherlands, the representative of the African Union Commission, the representative of the COP27 presidency, and all of our partners, including the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Kenya. It's a great pleasure once again to be able to say these few words. First of all, climate justice requires that we recognize the scale of the emergency that we currently face. We must recognize that in the immediate, climate change is often relegated to third position in the triple emergency that we currently face. Climate change may be treated as the lesser of these emergencies as we emerge from the global COVID-19 pandemic and as we face the conflict in Ukraine. While climate change may represent a slow burn problem rather than an explosion, the impact will be no less cataclysmic. And while we speak about building back better, we must all recognize that we cannot build another planet. We cannot build new countries for ourselves. We must protect as much as we can what we already have and minimize the loss. And the loss that we are facing in many cases is not only to livelihoods, it is lives. Climate justice requires that we recognize the need to protect everyone equally against a threat which impacts us all, but for whom the tools are not the same. We do not all have the means to respond in the same way. And climate justice also means addressing intergenerational justice. It means ensuring that our children are better able to invest in their own future. We must recognize that many of the things that we have taken for granted may not be available to our children in the same way if we do not address the issues before us with urgency. Primarily in terms of addressing climate justice is the lack of financing. Many people express frustration that we always come back to the question of finance, but ultimately the ability to respond to climate change depends on the ability to raise the necessary financing to make this happen. African countries have been the most impacted in terms of their fiscal space during the whole of the COVID-19 pandemic, with the average deficit in excess of 8% of GDP, but many countries facing deficits at some points in excess of 20% of GDP. This is in the context also where African countries are raising less money from taxation as opposed to more developed nations. The United Nations Environment Programme estimates that developing countries alone require about $70 billion annually to adapt to climate change. And this cost is expected to increase to 140 to 300 billion by 2030 and 280 to 500 billion by 2050. In the particular African context, the African Development Bank estimates that the continent needs between 7 and 15 billion every year to adapt to the impacts of climate change. The 100 billion that has been promised but not delivered is only a small part of the trillions that are needed to invest in true climate resilience. And while these sums and these conversations around billions may seem to some people excessive, we should not forget that just in 2 years in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, over $20 trillion have been raised globally to fight this issue and to channel it in terms of stimulus. Unfortunately, this financing has remained very unequally distributed, with low-income countries only getting a spend of about $57 per capita, as opposed to $11,000 per capita in more advanced economies. Being able to raise additional finance is a critical part of the solution to climate change. The issue as well is about ensuring that there is transparency in terms of the financing that is raised, as the 100 billion target currently also includes private sector financing, investment, in addition to grants from donors as well as concessionary loans. We are not saying that all of the financing needs to be available as grants, but certainly understanding in a clearer fashion the exact amounts that would be available as grants would allow us to then better engage with the private sector to be able to meet the gap. The issue around loss and damage is one which is of particular urgency at COP27. And we note with regret the relative lack of progress in the recent discussions that took place in Bonn. It is very important that there be a science-led process based on the data, and recognizing that African countries are facing the brunt of issues such as drought, natural disasters, and African countries are in many cases spending up to 9% of their budgets in responding to these immediate disasters. The urgency, therefore, in having a mechanism for reliable access to finance for African countries to address these urgencies is critical. We welcome the moves by the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations system in general to improve early warning systems. But we must recognize that even with the best early warning systems, damage is happening, and we must respond to that with the ability to invest immediately and save people's lives. But let me end my remarks by also focusing on the efforts that African countries can do themselves. And a lot of these efforts must be led by young people. We need climate advocates across the continent who will be putting forward solutions which respond not only to building climate resilience, but which also provide the ingredients for African growth, and growth which is inclusive and sustainable. The problem with Africa's economic model in the past has been that we have too often been driven by export-led processes with minimal value addition. As the global economy has contracted and faced distortions and disruptions in their value chains, African countries have often been stuck in terms of their ability to raise additional resources. Building more sustainable and integrated value chains, building on the African Continental Free Trade Area, is one way in which we can bake in more climate resilience into our own trading processes. Nature-based solutions certainly have a key role to play, where we can develop agriculture based on climate-smart principles, which will allow us to produce food and connect it to markets in a more inclusive fashion, which is less affected by the vagaries of the global economy, and which is also rooted in the protection of natural resources on which local communities depend. There is also a huge opportunity for African countries to develop its blue economy, to reclaim the oceanic spaces which too often have been the preserve of distant fishing nations. Creating a more sustainable value chain built around value addition that is led by small and medium enterprises in African countries, and also empowering locally owned fisheries is part of the solution towards reclaiming Africa's blue assets. There is also an opportunity to develop carbon markets on the African continent, recognizing that Africa's natural heritage is beyond comparison. The Congo peatlands are the second largest carbon sequestration area on the planet after the Amazon, and those peatlands alone absorb up to 3 years worth of the world's carbon emissions. Having a well-functioning carbon market within Africa would allow African firms to offset their potential emissions, while also attracting investment from around the planet. This can also allow us to develop a system of industrialization which recognizes the impact that carbon has at the outset. By empowering African countries to tap into voluntary carbon markets, we have estimated that over $15 billion US can be raised annually for investment in development priorities. And this includes in particular investing in local communities. We recognize as well that the development of the Article 6 framework after Glasgow and its operationalization towards COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh will be a priority. And it is essential that African countries are not punished for their lack of industrialization, and that they have the space to undertake this development while also leveraging their natural capital effectively. To conclude, I would just like to mention that we will be organizing in August this year, alongside the meeting of the African Group of Negotiators, some climate finance roundtables, which will be connecting innovative proposals that build climate resilience across the continent with potential financing. We look forward to proposals that will come at the continental level from the African Union Commission, from regional economic communities. But we also hope that young people can come forward with their ideas that could be financed, ideas that develop entrepreneurship, that build small and medium enterprises opportunities around sustainable economic solutions, which contribute towards climate resilience. Working with the Egyptian presidency, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa will also be facilitating a meeting of ministers before COP27 to focus on the finance ask, because having reliable flows of finance is a key part of the solution, and in particular ensuring that these financial flows are accessible to young people. Young people are facing currently the impacts of decisions they never had a say in. We must give them every opportunity to have a voice, to speak out, and not only address the impacts on their lives and on their futures, but also that they can be part of the solution, that they can develop innovations that would be mainstreamed in terms of our economies and which will allow us to build true climate resilience. With those words, I would like to once again thank the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, our reliable partners, and we look forward to working with you towards COP27 and delivering solutions, means of implementation that have young people at its heart and which are really meaningful for communities across the continent. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will also join us remotely. Just checking if Hassan Nyambe is online. Hassan is head of climate change and forestry at the Africa Union Commission. Hassan, are you online? Is Hassan online? Hassan is not online. You know, doing the work that we do is usually not possible without substantial support. Can't be easy in any imagination to bring this number of young people together. And so we are always grateful to our supporters and to the organizations that trust us to be able to advance this work on the continent. And so it's my privilege to invite and recognize among us Mr. Ayele Kabede, who is program manager at the Sweden International Development Corporation, SIDA. Ayele, thank you very much, and it's always a pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good morning all. Representatives of prominent national and international organizations, long-standing climate justice actors, young generations of climate justice campaigners, activists, climate justice advocates, and practitioners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Allow me to express my most sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting Sweden to make a reflection on the second annual Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice to be held here in the lovely city, Nairobi. Needless to mention that extreme climate events such as droughts, floods, storms, and cyclones become more pronounced in Africa than any other parts of the globe. Things that we depend on and value today, like water, energy, transportation, wildlife, agriculture, ecosystem, and human health, are all experiencing the effects of climate, the changing climate. As one important stakeholder in the process, SIDA commits to protect the environment and to proactively promote transformation to an environmentally sustainable development by integrating environmental aspects in all its operations and sectors. For many reasons, over the recent years, SIDA has raised the level of the climate and environmental ambitions considerably. We are determined to contribute meeting national and international climate and environmental goals. By far, our greatest climate and environmental impact is indirect through the initiatives that we are implement our partners like PACJA in this case. SIDA is increasing its ambition and changing its administration in order to prevent and counter the effects of the three interconnected crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution in development cooperation that risk eroding the conditions for sustainable development. As climate change, biodiversity, and environmental degradation gather pace alarmingly, we can expect inequity, poverty, conflict, and the vulnerability of people and communities to increase accordingly. Our work on the climate and environment is therefore a vital prerequisite for reducing poverty. We strongly believe that this work should be conducted through dialogue, advocacy, and targeted intervention, and it should be integrated throughout the work of SIDA and its partners like PACJA. As mentioned by Mr. Charles Mwangi, Acting General Director of PACJA, the partnership between SIDA and PACJA dates back to 2012, while PACJA was just created as a newcomer to this planet. We established the initial partnership with PACJA without any reference to their past experiences, just seeing their promising vision and passion to make a difference. It's a great pleasure to SIDA attaching its name with PACJA, a very dynamic, credible, highly inspired, and capable partner. It is apparent that subsequent financial and technical support from SIDA since 2012 has provided the needed leverage not only for programmatic work, but also for PACJA's own institutional development, including the increasing number of designated national platforms, now more than 10, who primarily work with evolving climate policies and putting such policies into practice. Today, we are launching the second edition of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, which is a component of the recent partnership signed between PACJA and SIDA, the Guard Africa project. The summer school is bringing together long-standing climate justice actors, younger generations of campaigners and activists, climate justice advocates and practitioners from across the globe to share experiences and perspective to especially reflect on the just path to low carbon, climate resilient, socially just development pathway. Here, I would like to refer to a recent study conducted in 2021. Why we have more young people in the room. The findings of the study indicate that climate change is negatively affecting the young people's mental health disproportionately. According to the study, more than half of the respondents, the young people, say that climate change makes them afraid, makes them sad, makes them powerless and helpless. This is mainly because the future is full of uncertainties. Why is climate change is so important to the youth? Because climate change has increased levels of uncertainties about our future. The future is yours. Whether we like it or not, we leave the earth to today's children and young people and to the future generations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you might heard of the classification of generations from 1950s until today into 5 categories. You will get yourself in one of these categories. The one, they are called the boomers. They were born between 1955 to 1964. This time, this group, they are at the age of between 58 to 67. Another group is the Generation X, born between 1965 to 1980s. This time, they are at the age of 42 to 57. Another generation group is the millennials, born from between 1981 to 1996. This time, they are at the age of 26 to 41. And the Generation Z, born between 1997 to 2012. This time, they are at the age of 10 to 25. And the last one, born after 2012, they are called the Alpha. I'm sure we all identified our generation group. Me, I'm from generation. Yeah. So what is more interesting and promising here is that the millennials and Generation Z are more sustainably oriented. So I'm happy that 90% in this room are from these 2 generation groups. So that the future is very promising. You are more environmentally oriented, sustainably oriented. Apart from that, the millennials and the Generation Z are very oriented to sustainability and environment. The last generation, the Alpha, which are born after 2012, which includes anyone born after 2010, is still very young. But it is on track to be more transformative age group ever. That's why I'm saying the future is very promising. As you have already identified, I am from Generation X. I was just a 3-year boy by the time when the Stockholm Convention was agreed by the world leaders. Imagine the world population at the time. Imagine the wealth of natural resources of our planet at that time, and the level of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere at that time. And there has been quite a number of meetings, international, regional, local, and discussions, studies for the last 50 years. And you can compare the situation where we are in today. We are in a very different situation and very challenging situation, demanding more action. Sweden has honored a few weeks ago the 15th years anniversary of the Stockholm Convention. The study reports indicate that though there has been an investment of billions of dollars, though there have been an advocacy work for the last half a century, but the situation we are in is deteriorating from time to time, demanding more action. Again, what is very worsening is that this time we are in a war situation where there is a war between Ukraine and Russia, and the trickle effect of this war is forcing some countries, European countries, to go back and reconsider their decision of phasing out coals. They are considering that as an alternative energy source. So there is a paradox. So I am very much delighted about the position of the generation, the and millennials being environmentally oriented, sustainably oriented. On the other end, the situation is very dark. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have been working with PACJA for the last many years, and we are very much delighted and comfortable working with this kind of promising organization. And this event, the Nairobi Summer School, is part of the Guard Africa project. And I am now very much convinced on the decisions we made to include this as one component of the Guard Africa. Because here I see that almost 95% the future of the planet. Before I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity again to thank all major stakeholders committed to contribute their share in this intervention, as well as the organizers for their excellent arrangements for holding the Nairobi Summer School as planned, and for allowing me to deliver these few brief remarks on behalf of my organization, SIDA. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me invite Dr. James Koske to crown this segment of speeches. Dr. Koske is Dean at the School of Environmental Studies here at Kenyatta University. Dr. Koske.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning in Kenyatta University. Good morning in Kenya. Good morning in Africa. How are you? Yes. Here I have a written message from my Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Wainaina, who has sent his greetings, and I think I have done it, and also that he apologizes for not being here at this moment. He's tied up with other issues, but we are here to represent him. My name, as you have heard, is James Koske. The middle name is Kibi. Kibi refers to being born outside in the grass in the morning when it is very cold. And as you are aware, you do not come to this world clothed. It is very cold, and there are very many other things. But I didn't feel it. I thank God. I shall now proceed to read the message from my Vice Chancellor. The Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance Acting Executive Director, Mr. Charles Mwangi, Program Manager, Sweden International Development Cooperation Agency, Ayele Kabede, the representative from the Dutch ambassador to Kenya, His Excellency Ambassador Martin Broer, the Director, Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Division, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, Dr. Chin Paul Adam, the Senior Advisor to COP27, President Amr Assam, Head of Climate Change and Forestry, African Union Commission, Harsen Nyambe, the University Management represented here, my fellow deans of schools represented, directors, chairpersons of departments, and members of the academic staff and non-teaching staff, students, the participants of this summer school, and the members of the Fourth Estate. Good morning again. Participants, it is my great pleasure and true honor to welcome you all and deliver my opening remarks at this second Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. First of all, I want to thank all our partners for your commitment towards helping making the second summer school event happen again here in Kenyatta University. We are an institution of higher learning that is key in championing for partnership between academia and industry. And as today, as we open this summer school, we thank PACCHA, a leading civil society organization that is involved in addressing climate change and adaptation initiatives at aiming at restoring of natural systems. To our esteemed guests and development partners, fellow colleagues and researchers, both virtual and physical participants, allow me to remind you that climate change is the greatest global challenge of our time, from the rising seas to rising temperatures, from increased frequency and severity of floods to reducing agricultural yields, from shrinking economies to massive climate-induced human migration and conflicts. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, the call to carbon neutrality and decrease to global temperature will not be achieved unless we invest in imparting appropriate knowledge, skills, and attitude on the current generation to advance climate justice discourse. This is well envisioned in the School of Environmental Studies of Kenyatta University. As envisioned in the Paris Agreement's component on capacity development and building, not all developing countries have sufficient capacities to deal with many of the climate-related challenges. In microcosm, this is a hugely commendable initiative by PACCHA towards supporting the implementation of Paris Agreement, and in a just way for that matter. Contextual school, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, important to say it as it is. Climate justice is no longer an abstract concept. It is now a global public agenda. However, voices from the global south and Africa in particular, where climate injustice prevail, remain inaudible in global discussions. Academicians and philanthropists from the global north generally shape the narratives and debates on climate justice with limited presence and representation of global south. Most importantly, the voices of frontline communities who bear the devastating impacts of climate change. We as Kenyatta University, we are ready by supporting evidence-based advocacy on climate justice. Kenyatta University prides herself in research as one of her strongest niches. In exploiting our partnership with PACCHA amongst other like-minded partners, we shall pursue to support climate justice advocacy through structured and coordinated research and outreach programs, innovation and technology advancement for a just climate world, strategic partnership and building local, subnational, national, regional, and international level momenta to support climate justice advocacy, leaving a pathway for future generations through the current generation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, finally, feel most welcome to the university And we look forward to partnering and working with you in achieving a global environment free from the threat of climate change, with sustainable development, equity, and justice for all, by developing and promoting pro-poor and equity-based positions relevant to and for Africa in the international climate dialogue and related processes, as in the Alliance's vision and mission, respectively. With those few remarks, I now declare that the Climate Justice Summer School in Nairobi is officially launched. Thank you very much. As is the tradition, when we are sent, we don't add or subtract. Welcome to Kenyatta University.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koske, and it's official, we started, so business can begin in earnest. I'm going to go away shortly, but before I do that, we feel that it's hard to do the work we do without solidarity. One of the lessons we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still hanging around, is that there is a serious lack of global solidarity in addressing the world's challenges. We learned that the world has the intellectual and technological capacities to address these problems. We learned that we have the financial resources needed to face the challenges that we all face. What is lacking is the global solidarity to come to the assistance of those who are suffering. And so it's always a very wonderful thing when we still see some pockets of solidarity in our world. And so before I go away, allow me to invite a few of our partners to share some solidarity statements with us. First, we're going to go online. We also have recently learned that we can't face all of these challenges without involving our faith communities. So allow me to invite Dr. Ezekiel Lesmore, who's Director of Programs at the All Africa Conference of Churches. Ezekiel is joining us remotely. Hi, Ezekiel.
Yes, Eugene, thank you very much. I hope I can be heard.
Is Dr. Lesmore still online?
Yes. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Eugene. I bring you greetings on behalf of the All Africa Conference of Churches. I am joining currently actually at an event in Korea, which is almost past 5 p.m. here in Korea. So I would say good afternoon from here, but good morning in Kenya. So we are delighted as AACC to identify fully with the initiatives of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And AACC and PACJA have signed a memorandum of understanding of mutual accompaniment and mutual collaboration. And so we are excited to be a part of this initiative, and particularly for the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. This is very critical because the issues relating to climate change, we consider them as issues of life and death. And we have a running slogan at the All Africa Conference of Churches that says the welfare of the earth is our welfare. So If we are able to take care of the earth will take care of us. So we belong to the entire ecosystem, not on the basis that creation and the earth have been given to humanity for humanity to mismanage it, to abuse it, to rape it, to torture it, to exploit it. But we do that at our own detriment. We do that at our own peril. And so, as a religious entity, we constantly remind those who believe same as we are or believe differently, that we have an obligation, a moral, spiritual, and divine obligation to take care of the earth, that the earth may also take care of us. So we express our profound solidarity with PAGJA and indeed University of Kenyatta that have opened this space for these candidates, for participants who have traveled from different points to be part of this summer school. And of course, I look forward to being part of those who would facilitate a session on connecting faith to our commitment to taking care of the earth, that we may also be taken care of by the earth. So friends, sisters and brothers, I call on us that let us give priority to the issues relating to climate justice, because they are issues of life and death. And with profound appreciation to the team leader, the acting executive director of PAGJA, my dear brother and friend, Charles Mwangi, and the entire team, Brother Eugene, and all those teams that made this a reality. We appreciate you and we wish you well. And for the candidates for the summer school, we are hoping that you will get out of this more renewed, more equipped, more strategized to continue with this task. I thank you and I congratulate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now let's go right across the Atlantic. Katie Tobin, Senior Program Manager at WIDO, was recently with us in Kigali, but she couldn't make it this morning. She recorded a message for us.
Good morning. I bring you greetings and good wishes on behalf of WeDo, the Women's Environment and Development Organization. WeDo is a global advocacy organization working at the intersections between gender equality, climate change, and the environment. We work to advance primarily feminist leadership and solutions towards the creation of a just and healthy planet. We're based in New York, and we focus primarily on influencing United Nations spaces, especially the UNFCCC. And over our 30-year history, WeDo has worked to bring feminist analyses, primarily from the Global South, into global and national policy dialogues, and to center the voices of frontline women's rights advocates and leaders. And a huge part of this work involves coordinating and supporting coalitions and women's caucuses, working to bring grassroots and women's groups into UN spaces. And we do this because we understand that change happens through collective advocacy, through the power of people coming together to advocate for a common agenda, and because multilateral spaces need to be shaped by the voices of those affected by their decisions, rather than by the global elite. And this is why we're so looking forward to the outcomes of the Nairobi Summer School as a transformative vehicle to advance climate justice on the African continent and beyond. Building this technical expertise and shared political understanding is fundamental in cementing your leadership and influence over the policy spaces and agendas that shape your lives and futures, and the future of our collective place on this planet. The most intractable issues of our time, with climate change chief among them, can't be solved by individual governments or movements alone. And as we know, the existing processes and arenas for these decisions have largely failed to bring about the kind of commitments, financing, or drastic shifts in economic and environmental policy that are required to protect us from destruction and environmental devastation. As youth the world over are warning us, We're at a tipping point and time is running out to shift the trajectory and keep us under 1.5 degrees temperature rise. So we need you. We need your ideas and your solutions and your specific knowledge. We know that the battle for climate justice will be fought and won by those with the most to lose and the most to offer. And so that's why it's an honor to be with you today, to stand with you as part of this fight. I look forward to following your conversations from afar and to amplifying your advocacy and the solutions that you identify in the halls of global policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this is the end of this segment of speeches. Thank you for your kind attention. But before we go, we'll be breaking shortly to have coffee and refresh ourselves. And we should come back into the room in about 15 minutes. But before we go for coffee, the camera people, who are they? Henry? Where are we taking the photos? We just go downstairs. We take a photo with the officials and dignitaries here. We have coffee, and in 30 minutes we should be back here. It's 10 past the hour, so let's make it up to 40 minutes to the next hour. So thank you very much, and let's be back here shortly. Have a great day.
Nini? Oh.
Inaonekana. Asante Sadia.
If you don't know me by now, you will never, never, never know me.
Ako wapi? Piga. Sawa. Okay. Okay. So what? Iko sawa? Iko sawa? Tá bom.
Check one, two. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check one, two. Check one, two.
1, 2.
Welcome back to this session. Welcome back to this session. I'm just trying to reconfirm that we're still in the morning session and that we are set to go for the next session. Before we move to the next session, we want to make a few announcements. We know there are Portuguese speakers who are in the room. And this time round, in the spirit of promoting inclusion, we did again think through how that should happen and how best we can ensure that Africa is communicating across. Can I see by show of hands, where are the Portuguese speakers? Where are they? They are seated at that end. Caroline, if you are noting, they are seated around there. Some intervention is being done to you so that you are able to speak or to hear the presenters share with you their experience based on the language that you understand most. So Caroline will be working to ensure that you get the support that you need to be properly included. The session that we are going to commence is an important session. It's an important session because it creates a bridge between the first summer school and the second summer school. That is the importance of that particular session. It creates that bridge, having a quick feel, not only of what was covered, but more usefully, the lived experiences. Let's have one meeting. Those who are settling, please settle, and settle in a quiet manner so that you don't punish those who sacrifice to be ahead of time. So I'm saying the session that we are going to have is an experience sharing session, and it's an important session, so important because it begins to connect the first summer school and the second summer school. It is important in the sense that we are not necessarily going to train you or tell you what happened in the first summer school, but we are going to tell you what happened after the first summer school out of those who went through this particular training. I usually join the team that went to the summer school online, and when I read what is happening across the globe, sometimes I'm fascinated by that. I usually say we should even stop what we are doing and we just do summer school salon. And then we, out of that investment, we will be sure that massive work will be happening across the continent. Because when you listen or when you see accounts of those people who went through the first summer school, then you begin to see massive transformation is working or is happening, not only at individual level, but at community level, at policy level, and again in convenership level. And I think that is extremely important. Yeah, you begin to see that transformation is useful because it's more inclusive. You begin to see movements, social movements or young people crystallizing. You begin to see young people beginning to engage ministers of their respective governments on very critical issues. You begin to see young people leading research within universities, which is extremely critical, groundbreaking research pieces within universities, which all of us yearn for, and generating evidence that is extremely critical for policy influence and also for practice. And across the globe, you also begin to see young people being rewarded for the innovations that they are leading. I'm just trying to give you these snippets to start off the discussion. This summer school being about young people, we felt it is indeed important that the experience sharing around the transformation that occurred and how young people are using those skills to advance climate justice in the world are shared by young people. And to start us off, we have we are joined by one Rufaro Matsika. Rufaro Matsika serves as a coordinator of Pacha platform within Zimbabwe, but she is equally a member of African Youth Initiative on climate change, again in the same country, and she will be sharing her own experience right from this moment. And thanks a lot for your willingness to share your story with us. You are welcome, Lufaro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable and distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I feel very honored and privileged to be standing here as an alumni of the inaugural Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, which was held last year, 2021, in September. It was quite an eye-opening experience for me in terms of climate justice because it is quite a new concept which many of us may not really understand. So the summer school really opened my eyes on how I can engage and advocate on climate justice through my country, region, and also on a global stage. My name is Rufaro Nyasha Matsika. I work with the African Youth Initiative on Climate Change Zimbabwean chapter, and I'm also the Southern Africa Regional Coordinator for AIC Africa, and I'm the National Coordinator for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. I was privileged to be part of the climate activists who attended the 2021 Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice in 2021, which was the first ever summer school to be held in Africa on climate justice. I think we need to clap hands to Pakja and the partners for that. Thank you. It was attended by more than 600 participants from all over the global south, but not limited to Africa, both physically and virtually. The amazing part is that the summer school gathered a large number of climate justice activists in the middle of a pandemic, and no one caught the virus. It was such an amazing experience. How amazing is that? There were rumors around that time that COP26 could have been postponed yet again because of the virus, which could have further delayed our urgent need for issues to be addressed. But Pakja and the key partners and sponsors, who we appreciate so much, proved that it was no excuse to postpone COP26, as climate action was an emergency and should be likened to the urgency that was given to COVID-19. The school was a great opportunity for me to learn more and build my understanding, knowledge, and capacity around the concept of climate justice. The unfair practices that take place on the global negotiation stage, and how Africa's voices and priorities are not given the urgent action they need. It helped me build my confidence when speaking around climate justice and Africa's priorities on national, regional, and global platforms. It was also a great opportunity for me to network and form lasting connections, partnerships, and friendships from fellow young climate activists from around the continent and the global south as a whole, which I have been nurturing long after the summer school had ended. So this is just the beginning. We are learning, we are acquiring the knowledge. But what's most important now is, after you're acquiring that knowledge, what are you going to do next when you go back to your respective countries? Because here, you are just mere representatives of the larger grassroots young people who are in your respective countries. So after going back to Zimbabwe, my first action was giving back to Zimbabwean youth some of the knowledge I had gained from the summer school through a weekly climate talk show called Fact Talk, run by AIC Zimbabwe, to which I am the host. The Fact Talk platform has greatly assisted young people in getting information and opportunities surrounding climate change in a timely manner. I also took part in policy interventions. For example, I was part of the team of young people who carried out nationwide, nationally determined contributions, youth consultations across Zimbabwe prior to the revision of Zimbabwe's nationally determined contributions. And we came up with a youth policy brief, which then informed the Zimbabwe's nationally determined contributions, and youth voices managed to be included in that nationally determined contributions, which enabled young people to feel a sense of belonging, so that when it comes to implementing the NDC, we know what was put there because we're involved in the development of the policy. The policy brief was also launched by UNDP. As a result, youth voices were captured in the policy document. We also carried out a climate justice march as AIC Zimbabwe in partnership with Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and South-South Youth Platform on Climate Justice. In conjunction with a pre-COP26 event, youth meeting meant to also gather youth demands from COP26. I have been involved in implementation of quite a number of grassroots capacity building initiatives on mitigation and adaptation projects in Zimbabwe. I cannot name them all. I also managed to attend COP26 in Glasgow, where I participated in a number of speaking roles at side events, including those planned by Pakja, as well as following negotiations on capacity building. I've been working with a number of Nairobi Summer School and Climate Justice 2021 alumni on a number of initiatives, the most recent one being the just ended African Youth Conference on Climate Justice, which was conducted in Rwanda at the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of States and Governments meeting. We conceptualized the idea, planned the event, and it took place between 22 and 23 June, with amazing support from PAGJA and the partners. The outcome of the conference were 2 African youth communiques, one addressed to the African Union and the governments, and the other one addressed to COP27 and the international community. I am also leading the Zimbabwe local conference of youth planning process under the UNGO and the Southern Africa Regional Coordinator for AIC Africa. So I'd just like to urge all of us to take this opportunity seriously, learn, share our experiences, ask questions. Let's not be afraid to ask questions where we do not understand. Network is very important, and go back and be the change that your country and Africa needs. The Summer School has given you an opportunity to learn and apply the concepts in your day-to-day activity. I wish you a pleasant and fruitful 2 weeks. And I would really like to thank PAGJA and the key partners for the amazing support they've been rendering to young people to penetrate the climate space and building capacity to have meaningful, informed advocacy and engagement. Maita, Tatenda, Siyabonga, Asante Sana. Thank you.
I think that was extremely powerful, and the Rufaron deserves a better clap. Let's do it again. Sharing personal experiences is not too easy, but I think she has killed it. Killed it in terms of beginning to connect the experience with the practice from a policy transformation point of view, from a perspective of ensuring that resources are available, but also from a practice in terms of informing what goes on next. But more usefully, what I like about her is the confidence. So I think this school, I should also make an effort to see whether I can also attend in person to gain similar level of confidence at my age, because the confidence is at another level. And it's actually the confidence that is actually applied in most of these spaces when young people are driving the kind of transformation and the kind of influence that you want to drive. Without the confidence, you will be locked out. The door will just slam on you when you're about to enter, and you will lose that opportunity. Thank you, Rufaro, for those insightful remarks. I don't think your sharing ends in this particular podium, but this was just a curtain raiser for purposes of other participants being able to log on your site during informal sessions to further the discussions. Second person in terms of our sharing experience is one young man who purports to be very shy. And of course, I've had engagement with him with a view to understand what is he shying from. And he told me he has never told his story beyond his immediate circle of friends. So I think this team is quite privileged to begin to get some certain accounts going out and being public knowledge from his quarters, because it's been quite cagey to share some of these experiences just within his circle. I want at this point to invite Julius Bhatia. Julius Bhatia is a builder of movements of young people within the Kenyan country and also within the African contexts. But he also serves with ACT Alliance, one of the biggest conglomeration that brings the faith actors on board climate conversation within Africa. And the role of Bhatia is extremely pivotal in that particular process. Julius, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Julius Mbatia. This is just a very unique moment for me. I have never gone to the details of how life has happened and then how it has unfolded for me. And as I stand here in the company of so many people who I know and have engaged through this process. And one thing I know about stories is that stories need to have people involved in them for them to be called stories. You can't write your own story and leave it if there's no one involved in it. And for me, this is a great honor and privilege to just share my brief story. So I gave colleagues behind there some photos to show. I don't have a written speech, but I'll just go through my short story. And you can be looking at the photos. Please don't get amused by what you see. That's the first disclaimer. I mean, some of those photos might be close to who I am at the moment, how I look like, and some are just very strange. So please don't laugh out loud until I welcome you to laughing. I don't exactly see what you're seeing, so I'll just give you my story as the photos roll in the background. When I was in my Form 2, my second year in high school, I was a student leader in one of the high schools in the eastern province of this country. It's called Moi High School Mbirori because that's public information. And I was an assistant school captain. So I walked into this environmental club. It was that day when you have the clubs and societies in the high school meeting up and sitting down and talking about their issues. So I walked into this club, the environmental club, and I found them doing elections of their officials. I didn't quite understand what was going on. So they asked me to lead them as their chairperson. That was my first meeting. That was the first time I had had what they do, or rather got an experience of exactly what their work looks like. And they asked me to just lead them because I was an assistant school captain. So I didn't know what to say, but definitely I said yes. I was getting into a blind assignment that pertained what my career, which I never thought of, would be in the future. So in that club, I got to first of all interact with climate change in that space because we had a school program called the International Climate Challenge. We were doing a couple of projects on food, waste, environment, and agriculture. And so we got into the waste management task as a school, and we did recycling. We gave examples of how you can recycle waste, and it was amazing because we got awarded at the national level. Cutting that story short, one of the nights, my supervisor in high school calls me outside the staff room and asks me to sit with him. So I sat with him, and this is a sad story, just to alert you all. I sat with him, and he tells me, Julius, when you go outside school, there's something for you out there, as is for every other young person who goes through the education system. But for you, you have to figure out exactly what you want to be out there and the kind of change you want to drive. And he told me to just give you a Kickstarter. I want you to go and look for other like-minded young people and start a youth organization and do volunteer work. He didn't tell me what exactly we would be doing, but he just told me go and look for organization, young people, and start to do volunteer work. So after school, I come out, and the colleagues who were supporting the program in high school decided to support out-of-school youth to engage in climate justice. And they were forming youth organizations, community-based youth organizations in different parts of the country. So I'm at home, I receive a call, Julius, come and help us kickstart the EMBU, my home is EMBU Climate Action Team. So I take on the call and I say, let me now start looking for young people who we've just finished high school together, and we start doing a couple of things at the community level. One of the things that hit my mind is the urge at the community level that people have to see things work. And most of the times within our African context, this urge is always taken for granted. And summer school is here for us, not to just get knowledge and information on climate justice, but to be inspired to meet the urge that is right at the center of our community people who are suffering and are on the front line of climate crisis. So we start doing stuff with young people in Embu, and we connect with the county government. We start, I hope one of the photos you've seen is me with some greens. So we look for one of the homesteads of one of the climate youth members. And we start planting vegetables, indigenous vegetables. And then we started selling them to supermarkets. We graduated into owning 2 greenhouses. As a disclaimer, these were a loan from the government. So we used to use them to actually produce indigenous vegetables, which we supplied. At the same time, we were going door to door, training community members on how to live with impacts of climate crisis, and how to produce, how to add value, etc. From that moment, I quite don't also understand how my life evolved, because then I always say, and this is for all of us, that in this life, all of us happen and manifest in different ways. But the most important thing for all of us, and myself when I was growing up, was I'm also growing still. I'm not grown, I'm still growing. As I was growing up then, was to understand my assignment. So what exactly am I here to do? What kind of value add will I provide in the climate justice movement? And how do I organize that to make sure that lives are touched in the process? This is not just a call, this is not just a movement to transform the world and then continue with a new world. This is a movement whose life beats, and the beating of that life is really around one thing, the assignment itself for each one of us that can contribute to the bigger goal of climate justice. And so I finished, with the youth organization. I was identified by one of the movements called Kenya Youth Climate Network, and we got into actual now advocacy efforts. So we got into mobilizing at scale national youth, organizing at scale national youth meetings and efforts. One of which stands out for me is the We Have Faith Act Now for Climate Justice. And PACJA was part of it as well. ACT Alliance, which I work for at the moment, was part of it at the moment. And that was in Paris Agreement. When did the Paris Act? 2015. So we mobilized young people across Africa to cycle across their countries, passing on petitions that culminated into Paris, which were about 1 million petitions from across the continent, and which were very significant in us getting the Paris Agreement. And one of the things I would say now, just coming to some points, I know everybody has got also some key highlights of their stories that they use as kicker statements. So this is what I will give as my kicker statements as I conclude. I don't have enough time. I hope the photos speak for themselves. So I got launched from a campaign's background. That's one thing that I would want you to understand and appreciate at the national level and the regional level. But before that, I was grounded and rooted at the community level. So one of the things I would want you to go back, we all of us have different stories. One of the things I would want you to go back and interrogate is at the start of your journey. At the start of your journey, what exactly is it that you would say would stand out for you as that one thing that you can fight for until life in your system cuts, without being paid, but importantly, full of aspiration, inspiration, and passion? Identify that one thing. And secondly, so being launched from the campaign, from the rooted ground and campaign expertise, I got into asking myself, we have these voices which never really land at the policy stage. So how do I become part of the people, the young people who actually advocate in the streets, advocate at the community level, and importantly, cause systems and structures to shift? And that for me is another sphere of engagement, because it's different from what we do in campaigning, it's different from what we do in programming, because then how you are able to understand the development cycle, number one. Number two, how policies and decision making are made is crucial for you to get to pick your entry point and drive the system change that it is you envisage from within your heart, based on the challenges we have at the community level. And so I realized that this process, one needs to identify and be in the spaces that they identify, spaces that allow them to become, number one, and manifest. And that is what we need to do as young people. We have a lot of challenges amongst us, including some which we have inherited and some which are due to the way our governments or our systems and societies are organized. But if you understand that you must become and you must manifest as a young people, then there is no hindrance for you. The sky is never even the limit. But change becomes what you stand for every single day. And as I conclude, I realized, therefore, that you can move from being a community person, which is important, and everybody has got a space. And this is what I want to challenge you to do. Identify the space of influence that you want to continually add value to by how you engage. You cannot be everywhere. At times we want to be everywhere as young people, but you need to identify that space of influence. Is it speaking hope and preaching hope to community members, teaching them of innovative solutions, tackling climate impacts at the local level? Is it organizing voices, mobilizing voices as a campaigner and an activist, and getting to leverage different means to make sure that that voice reaches the topmost decision-making level? Or is it also actually getting to provide research that makes the world think about how we are doing our things? And also, is it about you getting to become an actual decision maker, engaging with the politics of the moment, influencing policy for change? So those are the things I want us to think about. And then I got into PACJA. PACJA was my first employer. And before then, I remember COP22, I didn't have accommodation. You know, when you're from the community and campaigning, you want to go to COP. So I wanted to go to COP, and I went to COP22. I didn't have accommodation. I was hosted. I left this country without knowing where I will sleep. This is what passion does at times. You don't know things, but you just want to be there and contribute. So I left this country without knowing where I would sleep. I got to the airport. I was supposed to go to the hotel. I didn't have money, so I was in campus. So I meet Charles. I'll now mention names of people in the room. I meet Charles. Charles gives me $50 to get me to the hotel. Which hotel? A hotel where I had PACJA people are spending the night. So I decided to go there. I was not in the list of people to be accommodated. And when I get there, I tell them, I am a young man, you know me, I'm from Kenya. So I cannot sleep in the streets when you're here. And then a good gentleman called Robert Mothami, he'll be coming in the afternoon. I don't know whether PACJA management knows this, but Mothami will allow me to share this. Hosted me for 2 weeks in his room. So I was with Robert for 2 weeks in the room. And within that 2-week moment, I got to understand the power of tapping into people who are doing stuff at the moment. At times you're never told these things, that you need to humble up and listen and have a teachable heart and teachable mind and teachable spirit. And the gentleman called Robert Mothami taught me a lot of things. Within 2 weeks, I was able to tap into the dynamics of how the global processes are. I was in third year in campus at that time, and he was introducing me to those things. And after my 4th year in campus, where do I go then as a young man without a job and an income? I go to PACJA in January 2017. I tell them, I'm here. What do you want now me to do? And they asked me, okay, so what do you want to do? I told them, give me an internship. And they tell me, okay, fine, Julius, we're giving you a non-time-framed internship. We don't know how long it is for, but we're giving you an internship. So they gave me an internship. 1 month into the job, as I was learning closely, learning from Mithika, learning from Fatia, our mom here, and many other colleagues, they gave me a position the 2nd month. And then I realized that actually, for you to deal with systems and structures, you have to be part of the process and give yourself into the process and understand how to cause change within the process. You can speak out, you can call out on the streets, we can do demonstrations, because that is advocacy 101 as well. But importantly, we need to understand how we fix ourselves into where decisions are being made. the spheres of influence and the spaces of decision making. And so I realized, you know what, there is an opening in this dynamic climate discourse, and this one is one that demands actual commitment. So I gave myself to growing technical capacity and getting to get grounded on technical stuff. One of them, climate finance. And I appreciate the opportunity because then, having worked with PACJA, doing immense advocacy work at the regional level, at the global level, I would onboard my community experiences, onboard my difficult moments in high school and campus when you were struggling, and want to make a difference. And what difference is this? That one day, every young person would have equal opportunity to grow into a position and a space where they are groomed and where they can venture into what their hearts want to. And this is what you're being provided here at summer school. And I was a speaker in the last summer school, probably I am in this one. And my challenge to you all is to know one thing, that this is a 2-week moment. You can either go through the entire modules and go out with knowledge and information, or you can as well gather inspiration. I would love you to talk to one another and get to the bits that will stand for you even when you're not making an income. Even when it's difficult, get the thing that would drive you past those difficult moments in life. And that one thing, for me, I call it inspiration. This is not a fight for one day. You're not here for a 2-week moment. You're here for a lifetime. You can gather what matters in a lifetime. And that is inspiration to keep on fighting for climate justice, and the passion to drive you even when life gets difficult, even when you're imprisoned because the government in your places does not want to hear your thinking. You would still continue to fight on. And these things are built within a period of some time. So now I work with ACT Alliance. I transitioned from PACJA. I'm still a PACJA son. I work with ACT Alliance, Action by Churches Together, as a global climate justice manager. It's been, and it is, a journey. There's always something new to learn, something new to engage in. And as long as you have the urge that you must feel, and you want to do anything to feel it, within the system, the value system, with a good value system for that matter, you can actually accomplish. As I leave, I don't know what photo is on the stage now. Which one is there? Oh, it's gone now. Amazing. I'm glad. As I leave, I'll leave you one thing, friends and my age mates and also my parents. I'll leave you with one thing. It's an open world. You decide what you want to be. The climate discourse is big as well. And every effort counts. At the community level, on the streets, calling for climate justice, with high-level decision makers, ministers, etc., and technocrats in the government system, within the research, academia, industry, or space, every effort in that place counts. My question to you is, what will be your contribution to the climate justice efforts that would land us a world that is climate friendly, climate resilient, one which we can live and live as brothers and sisters at the end of the day? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julius. Indeed, you said you have difficulties writing your own story, but I know this conversation is recorded live, and therefore you have written the story yourself, and therefore I fear to rewrite it again, but to point that you've really given us a challenge, the big challenge at whichever age, because some people tell me I'm also a youth. At whichever age, and this is what is important, is to find your passion and your compass in life, so that you have the passion about things that you want to do, and you have clear focus about what you want to change, and the inner drive to bring the transformations that you are looking for. And in a crowded field of climate injustices, every action counts. So whatever discourse you are advancing, please advance it in a powerful way. Julius will continue to derive much more inspirations from you. I don't want to write your story because it's a powerful story. It is indeed a journey. And as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we are proud to be associated with you. And we will continue to, of course, collaborate in that space that you are in to drive this discourse to the next level. At this point, I want to bring that session to a close, but again, having pointed out to you, Julius and Rufaro, who have some perspectives that can help or can shape your thinking in terms of next steps. So I want to bring it to a close at this particular point, and then bring on board, before I bring on board Robert, allow me to bring in Brian Mesiati. There was somebody who was supposed to come with a spoken word just for 3 to 4 minutes, and then we can quickly transit the moderation to Robert. Brian, the space is yours. Thanks.
Good morning this lovely afternoon. My name is Timable Masters. My name is Timable Masters. I'm a student at the Technical University of Kenya, a student of international relations and diplomacy. I'm also an actor and a spoken word artist. I use poetry to advocate for climate. And just as my brother has just mentioned about Pakja, it has really supported me in terms of my art, and I think that's why I'm here. I'm joined by a colleague of mine. She'll introduce herself.
My name is Faith Jenge, a member of Art Space 254. We do climate change advocacy through art. Thank you.
And so, 12 months ago, when I left this place as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Poets, I was deployed in a certain place as a soldier. But then what happened? I didn't like the environment, the harsh conditions. I believe I'm a soldier. But then the situation was worse. Then I was taken to another place. I felt like I'm in 2 different worlds. There were trees, good health, good environment, green place.
And where are your tools of work?
Why are you asking my tools of work? I think at some point you need to drop your tools of work and get to the ground. At times you need to get out of your office and go to the ground and advise these people about climate. I think at some point you need to take away those titles and tell us about climate.
Okay.
And that's me as a Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Poets.
I guess there's a message for you from the ex-commander.
Message all the time. Then let me read it out so that they can hear. Allow me to enjoy the calm, serenity of nature. Allow me to enjoy the tunes of the chirping birds. Allow me to breathe a quality air. Will you allow me? Will you? So I must charter for this matter. That's better than butter. I charter for a greener future. Always grateful for every moment I spent away from everyone. Trees being my therapist. Come and walk with me into a blessed forest. Will you? Can there be anything more lovely than the beauty of nature? Pause. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Take a moment. Put your worries away. Relax. Relax your mind. Silence. Are you listening to the whistles of the wind past your ears? Are you? Silence. Close your eyes. Can you see the greener future? Earth is my motherland, always in a constant state of birth. We treat you as if there is a planet B. Please forgive us. Our greediness, our corrupt mind, our carelessness, we destroy anything and everything that you birth planet Earth. Some of our ways of farming causing soil erosion, the pesticides we use killing off the productive bees. The earth is the motherland that gives us life. Let's protect our motherland. So as the commander-in-chief, I will charter and fight like a brave knight in a starless night with all my might. I charter for a green future. So, what do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now. What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now. And with this piece of creation that was ready for presentation, with no hesitation, it's Team Able Masters Production. Thank you.
Over to Robert.
What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? Okay, good afternoon. My name is Robert Modami. I work for the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. I also sit in the board of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Let me say that I feel privileged to moderate today's panel, especially on the role of African youth in fighting for climate justice. Let me also say that I'm very proud of where PACJA has reached at the moment, because this is the second summer school, and the kind of interest that this school is getting across the world, not even in Africa, I think it's immense. That tells a story of how you can build a movement that includes young people, and basically the young people that are in the room and the ones that are not in the room. Basically, this is the present and this is the future. I also have a story, but my role this afternoon is not to tell a story, but I want to moderate a session that brings young people and also elders who can also shape how we want to approach climate justice from an African perspective. I think research tells us that the majority of the world population and even the majority of the African population is the young people. And that speaks a lot, especially on the capacity and the power that we have in driving the key problems that Africa is facing. We faced with a triple crisis. One is climate change, which is a huge crisis. COVID-19 that came the other day, but is ravaging our economies. Then the other calamity is actually the peace and security, and most of our countries are facing the same, especially in the Horn of Africa and the Sahel. Coupled with climate change, the issue of COVID-19, the aspect of peace and security, even driving our economies at the national level becomes a big challenge. Imagine a world where every young person is engaged in a climate action project or in a climate justice advocacy effort. How will that world be? It will be different, of course. So we have a role to play in ensuring that we drive a climate action that helps our communities, helps our countries to transition to low carbon development pathway, as we also transform our societies. I don't want to spend much time. This afternoon, I'm joined by a team of 4 panelists, and I want to introduce them and also welcome them to the floor. We have Okay, so we have a team of 3. One is Lucky Abeg, and Lucky is from the Commonwealth Youth Forum Task Force member and the chair of the Grassroots Engagement and Participation at the Commonwealth Youth Network on Climate Change. Let us appreciate him as he takes the floor. We have Elizabeth Gulugulu from Yungo and also the African Youth Initiative on Climate Change. Welcome, Elizabeth. Where is she? Take the floor, please. Then we have an elder, a senior member of the team, Dr. Tuita Thenya from the University of Nairobi. Take the floor. Let us appreciate him. I want us to look at 3 aspects, and one is especially on the gaps that are there, especially in the engagement of the young people in addressing the climate crisis. Yeah, so we want to share the gaps that exist in addressing the climate crisis, especially amongst young people. Then also explore the kind of platforms that we can tap into, or what other platforms do not exist, and how can we complement those platforms in enhancing climate justice advocacy in Africa. But of course, COP27. All of us know COP27 will be in Egypt, in the African soil. When I joined PACD in 2011, I was baptized by fire, because the first 2 weeks, we had a caravan of hope through 10 countries to South Africa. Me as a young person, I think Julius has told his story. I don't want to tell my story, but I saw what young people could do, especially in the mobilization across countries. I think this panel will also be able to tell us, and even ourselves, what can we do towards COP27 in ensuring that we make COP27 an African people's COP. We have a COP that delivers issues like what Charles talked in the morning, issues of loss and damage, which is becoming a key bottleneck in negotiations. So let me start with you, Elizabeth. From where you sit, what do you see as the major challenge, especially on youth engagement in climate justice advocacy? Do you have enough spaces for your engagement as a young person, and even with the young people that you work with, and possibly what can be done?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much to the organizers of the event for coming up with this beautiful event and for inviting us to be able to speak. My name is Elizabeth Gulugulu, as mentioned. I'm the Global South Focal Point for the official Children and Youth Constituency of the UNFCCC. But before I am a Global South Focal Point, I am an African child, a child of the soil. I am a child who has also faced massive effects of climate change, traveling more than 5 kilometers to search water, also having a family being impacted by severe floods in 2019 Cyclone Idai, So I've experienced it all. Before I'm on this stage, I'm someone who can actually tell you the stories of the effects of climate change that have actually affected me. And just to respond to the question that has been asked by my brother, the challenges of young people as we are heading towards Sharm el-Sheikh. Number one challenge I will tell you that is most topical is issues to do with access to climate finance, right? Young people are the ones that are on the ground, the most energetic, the most innovative you can think about in the whole world. But when it comes to implementation of all these policies that are being negotiated, the NDCs, the NAPs, etc., there are lack of resources and lack of funds to do that. And most times we feel like these are opportunities whereby green jobs can be created for them, but if we do not have access to these funds, then it becomes a major challenge. As it stands, most African young people, they do not have any jobs. But we are saying, yes, there is a problem of climate change, but wherever there is a problem, there is a solution. And we feel like some of these solutions can actually, answer the problems that the African young people are facing. But also just to mention that even if there is a challenge of access to climate finance, is Dolphin here? Dolphin is sitting in the back. Like I said, whenever there is a problem, there is a solution. You need to see that girl. She's one of the youngest people who is establishing a youth climate fund here in Africa. Yes, we have been asking for money, but money is not there. But she came with an innovative idea that why can't we come up with a youth climate fund? In 5 years' time, Dolphin will be your donor, so you need to see her, right? And some of the challenges that I would want to mention will be, issues to do with information gap. There is a huge information gap. Go to the conferences of the parties, look at people that are negotiating in those rooms. 45 years and above, those are the people that are negotiating for our future. That is the information gap that is there, We need to make sure that we try by all means to cover that gap. We need to try by all means to make sure that our young people from Africa are capacitated and knowledgeable on, transparency issues, not only transparency issues, but most negotiated thematic topics within the UNFCCC. If we equip our young people, we are very guaranteed that definitely they will make a change and there will be the solutions to the problems that we are currently facing in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Lucky, what challenges are there amongst young people?
Thank you, Robert, for that question. And before I respond, let me express also my gratitude to the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. Last year in August, I was also seated like this. I came just as a young digital activist, alone. And after the 2 weeks of rigorous sessions on understanding UNFCCC processes, understanding networking, understanding the context of climate justice, I left Nairobi a changed person, and I went back home to Nigeria to become a role model to young persons, not just in Nigeria. And one of the outcomes from my engagement from the summer school was my immediate enrollment into the Commonwealth, where I currently chair the grassroots engagement and participation. I'm going to respond to your question from the policy angle, also reiterating the point that my sister Elizabeth had given. If you look at the NDCs in Africa, and I'm going to speak from the context of Nigeria, where I represent currently, the advocacy that's been done by young persons are still on documents that were drafted by people from 50 years and above. These are gaps. We are now speaking and calling for green jobs. Young persons are scared. What is in it for them when you say we should transition? You want young persons to also advocate a policy that they were not at the table to draft. It's a big gap. I recently just returned from Chogom, where we had the Commonwealth Youth Forum, and at the heart of Chogom was also the issue of addressing the gaps. There were a lot of commitment. There were a lot of renewed and re-echoed commitments to ensure that young persons are the art of planning. But the gap going to COP27, my fears for the gap going to COP27 is still the gap of young persons actively involving in the negotiation process. Most of the times, young people are relegated to just observers. You know, they get observer badges, they go around the blue, I think the blue zone. They don't have access to the negotiating room. So if we must address this gap, young persons they have to be at the negotiating room. They have to give their voices and say, these are innovative ideas that we think will change the kind of policies we want to see young persons get involved. So for me, the policy angle is there's still a huge gap in the policy angle where you don't have young persons involved. This is the major gap I can identify for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucky. Dr. Tuita, you teach many young people in the University of Nairobi on environmental issues, and I'm sure you've interacted with many of them, and the transition from university to work and also action-oriented response to climate change on environmental issues is a big challenge. What do you see as the challenge with the young people that you train at the university, and what could young people do, especially in enhancing climate action, be it at the university level or the transition from university to even finding jobs for themselves? Because in Africa, unemployment is still a challenge. But I think within the environmental field and in the climate change space, there is an opportunity for us to create even green and decent jobs.
Thank you, Mudami, and thanks a lot. It's an opportunity to be here, and I take my title I've been given today as an elder, and I hope that you'll have a position in PACJA for Elders platform. And thanks a lot, PACJA, for organizing this. It's very important. I've seen a lot. I've been at the university close to over 20 years. And that means that when you talk about climate change, we talk about, change that you're seeing over 30 years. Since I was born, I've seen those particular changes. And the question you're asking is very, very important. And I'll say a number of things related to that. One of them is what I would call structural arrangement. And that structural arrangement disadvantage young people to the point when they start engaging on matters environment, and later when they start discussing about climate change. Why structural arrangement? Because when I look aloud here, there are no primary school kids, there are no high school kids. And that means that those particular young people will only become exposed when they come to an institution of higher learning. And they'll not do that in their first year. They'll do that as they progress. It's very unique to have someone like Batia who starts quite early. And that means they are not exposed to the issues about climate justice and environment quite early. And it's something that we intentionally and purposely need to restructure to be able to capture them early, to avoid that disadvantage. The other issue related to the structural arrangement, and this young man has actually mentioned it, is that they are never included in the decision making. Because if they have to know how to be African negotiators, if they have to collect that information, then we need to capture them early so that they are experienced early enough to be able to pass our message. Because for sure, we negotiate on their behalf. Why can't they negotiate for their own particular case? And if that happens, then they'll actually be able to pass the message. The other thing that is also very important is that climate justice is about leadership. And that means we must think how we train them as transformative leaders early enough. University level is very good. But what about if you train them early at the primary school so that they know that there are issues that actually need to deal with that will affect their future? And that way then they start taking the leadership quite early and they're actually able to deal with it. The other aspect that, Robert, is actually something that maybe you need to think about is that there are no structured internship program for young people. They have to go look for this internship when they are third and fourth year at the institutional higher learning. And that means that they don't have enough time to acquire the skills. And some of these internship program could learn for a few weeks. They could be part of a meeting like this one, because that could also become an internship for a few days, so that early enough, those in high school, those in primary school would actually be able to form part of that internship program. I teach many students, but anytime they have to go look for internship. But there are no structured way of, at the environmental sector, of saying, how do we get a critical mass that we can train as change agents? That is not there. And that means that it's unopportunistic ones who get a chance to actually get involved at that particular level. So we need to think in a very deep and organized way how we actually need to do that and do that area. And finally, Robert, is that I don't know how many medical doctors are here? Pharmacists, engineers, at least 1, 2. Now, when you talk about climate issues and talking about impact and justice, climate justice has got a lot of things to do with public health. How do you ensure that the young people across the disciplines are actually captured early enough to be able to help the negotiators? I was very happy the other day to hear the CEO for AMLEF Kenya talk about health and climate change. But what about if this also comes early enough so that we are able to get these young people who are doing medical, who are doing engineering and other courses that are not related to the environment coming on board, so that those young people can be able to tell the story based on the discipline where they come from? Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Daktari, for even taking us to what I wanted to ask, especially on action-oriented advocacy. I think the bridge between policy and action is very important, and I know we have many young people in the room who are also doing practical things on the ground, but how do you bridge the action-oriented work on the ground and the policy work, and even connecting it into what is happening in the international climate change negotiations? But I think the issue of platforms and where young people can learn from is one aspect. But I want us to look at, even from an academic, civil society, trade unions, and even the global climate justice movement, what platforms exist, and what other platforms can we explore in ensuring that even the actions that we're doing on the ground find themselves in the policy space, and even young people, because we've heard from Elizabeth and even Lucky, in the negotiation space, we are missing the voice of the young people. Yes, they participate in the negotiations, but the platforms where they can even articulate their issues to find themselves in the policy space is a challenge. What platforms, Elizabeth, could be explored, and what other new aspects could we explore? Because we are living in an era of digitalization, If you have WhatsApp groups, I saw the WhatsApp group for the Nairobi school. That's a movement created, and it can transform to something else. That's not what I'm trying to say, but the era that we are in, we can use different formats. What formats can we use? What other platforms can we explore in ensuring that we anchor a very powerful youth voice in the climate justice space?
Allow me. It's working. Can you hear me? Okay, great. If you can hear me, then that's good. So I just want to say that in terms of platforms that are available for young people, I'm sorry to say, but besides this platform and other platforms that you already know, there are no platforms. The platforms that are available, you need to create them for yourself. This is the honest truth, right? Of course, we have this platform, which is quite good, but we also have other platforms like, the local conferences of youth, whereby you can get to discuss, interact as young people, the conference of youth, which happens 3 days prior conference of the parties, whereby young people get to exchange information and get to establish a common statement on climate change. But in other ways, I mean, if we are all from different countries and we need to be realistic and we need to tell each other the truth. Platforms for young people are not there. In order for you to have a platform, you need to create it for yourself. Identify the gaps that are there in your particular country, write your proposal, and create something as young people, for the young people. So this is what we have done in our country, Zimbabwe, because we realized that platforms were not there. So we started creating our own platforms. Rufaro was telling you about the climate talk that we normally have. This is the platform that we created because we realized that there is the information that is there is not reaching to young people. So we just created a WhatsApp platform, and we have all government representatives that are in that WhatsApp platform. We have different speakers each and every week from the government, from the CSOs, etc. And after every quarter we review and we ask young participants to tell us what the kind of speakers they would want to see or what kind of topics we engage with them. So this is the platform that we created, right? Then on the regional level, I'm sure there is AfriYork, which normally does the African Conference of Youth. That is also another platform. But before you contribute on the regional platform, you need to contribute from a national platform. And before you contribute on a global platform, you need to make sure that you make impact on a national platform. So I just want to encourage you that yes, these platforms are there, but there are a lot of gaps that are there, whereby you can actually create your own platforms and make sure that you bridge the policy gap that is there, the policy information that is being negotiated in the rooms, and how you can actually translate it to the grassroots communities, how they can actually understand and get to implement that information. Yeah.
Lucky, thanks, Elizabeth.
Yes, for platforms, there are lots of platforms out there. And most times we tend to young persons tend to use digital media as one of the most potent platforms. Of course, it is very potent. And I'm going to speak from the perspective of Nigeria, where I'm from. Last year, I think the government rose up to place a ban on social media. And young persons could not access this platform because this was one very potent tool they would use to demand for justice of every kind. Digital media is one very potent platform. I'm currently the chair for grassroots engagement and participation at the Commonwealth, where I chair over 2,000 young persons cut across the 5 regions of the Commonwealth. And I tell you, this is one very big but quiet platform where young persons from the Commonwealth have access to leaders of the Commonwealth and could also channel their demands for a kind of climate resilient future they want to see. This is one platform but also, I'm not sure how many of us here know about the CYCN. How many of us know about the Commonwealth Climate Change Network? Just probably a handful. So this is also one very potent platform but the visibility also is not there. It's also on young persons like myself and yourself seated here to make some of this platform known. Elizabeth also had mentioned about you have to start making contributions from national level. And I think one thing I want to encourage young persons is to break also the bureaucracy. that we even see the older generation, practice. We need to open the space. The sky is big enough. We need to open the space and be able to accommodate every person's voice. I'm aware of platforms that could influence policies. You have even the PACJA platform, the Young Digital Activist, is one very potent platform that has caused tremendous change when it comes to policy advocacy. I'm aware of there's AIC, there is Yongo. These are regional platforms. And at our various national platforms, you have movement of young persons. But for me, the most potent one I think could work is young persons coming together, just like Julius had mentioned, identifying your passion, and then trying to build that passion. And then you begin to see how your passion is speaking as a platform for you. And then you start identifying those persons who you think can actually help you influence what you want to see when it comes to the context of climate justice. So I think there are platforms, but these platforms still need support. Support in terms of climate finance, or financing as the case may be. Because I'm aware hundreds and thousands of persons applied to be here today, but limited finance could just accommodate a few persons on site, and you have over 700 persons joining virtually. That is also a platform, but I tell you there's going to be limitations for those joining virtually because the issue of data is going to be a problem to be online for probably 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. So there are a lot of platforms that exist. Young persons need to identify that platform and be open to partnership. SDG 17, it is really key if we really want to get our voices heard and also want to push effectively the climate justice movement. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucky. Dr. Zoita, the research institutions are very key, and within this room, I'm sure majority of us do not come from the environmental field and did not do an environmental degree, isn't it? How many of us did an environment degree in this room? Not so many. So that speaks to the interest that the climate change has, basically connecting climate change to all spheres of development. It's an health issue. It's an economic issue. It touches on all sectors of development, and many of the young people in this room, they are interested in climate change, to work on climate justice but basically they are not from the background of environment. Are research institutions providing the relevant platforms that even students who are not from environmental background could tap into platforms that they could work on environmental issues and also link? Because I think where we are at the moment, climate change is no longer an environmental issue. I think even if you are in engineering, you are doing an health subject, then it has a linkage to climate change. Are research institutions doing enough, and what could be done, especially in anchoring climate change as an issue that touches on all sectors that universities are focusing on?
Thank you, Robert. It's true. Over time, climate issues have actually moved from being purely environmental issues to actually, cutting across all the disciplines. Now, the question would actually be, have there been adjustment in terms of curriculum to actually incorporate these the changes that have taken place? I would actually say in terms of the traditional training, you have remained very much traditional the way we were. And that means that the interest about, climate justice and climate issues come to be captured much later. So there's a gap that required to be done, to be filled, to capture changes that require to be incorporated into the curriculum, so that across the disciplines, the students are informed quite early about the issues about climate change. Because whether they are medical, there are many diseases that are evolving geographically because of climate change. But whether they are pharmacists, whether they are doctors, whether they are dentists, the training in terms of those climate changes and the impact they're likely to have on the health does not come early enough. Whether they're engineers, we're talking about cyclones, and cyclones are going to affect the structural arrangement of the buildings, and they are going to affect the integrity. But they are not trained early enough that, the climate is changing, and those things are likely, the structures you're building are likely to be affected because of climate change. So, Robert, there's a gap that required to be filled in terms of adjustment of the curriculum. And one very important aspect that I remember some times back, there's what you used to call a common course, where all students in first year would actually do a common course that touches on different aspects. But there was not too much seriousness because it was just a question about getting the courses passing through. So there's an issue about interdisciplinarity that required to be promoted, so that the silo training, we move away from the silo training, and that is able to integrate this aspect about climate change. So there's a lot that required to be done in terms of curriculum adjustment to be able to include climate change, climate justice into especially instead of higher learning. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for that. And I think that is an action point that many universities should actually make climate change or climate justice like a common unit within the courses. I want to open the floor for inputs, comments, questions, especially on what role as a young person you could play in enhancing climate justice advocacy in our own countries at the regional level. And as we do our mobilization towards COP27, I know the first summer school, we already have an alumni that is very active. And now we have, in the next 2 weeks, we'll have the second alumni. I think we are building a movement that basically, if we use our digital platforms well, we use the kind of resources that we have very well, we can make a very powerful voice towards COP27. But what role do you see yourself playing? You can also ask a question to the panelists. Any hands? I see one hand. I want to take several. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's start with the 2 on that side. I see that gentleman, then Satish. Then I take the 3 from that side.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine goes to Dr. Ray. And I think, okay, I'm Zablon Ogola, it's my name. I'm the founder of Plug in Kenya. And this question goes to Dr. Ray. Dr. Ray, as a nation, we've made serious strides when it comes to issues of environment. And the one most important thing that we can acknowledge is that we pressed a lot towards issues of plastic waste or plastic. So, and it's a major stride as a nation, but I still think we've only done in regards to issues of protected areas. And the percentage, because I've done a couple of cleanups in protected areas, and I see the difference between the public areas and the protected areas. The public areas are more into plastic than the protected areas. Yet we've made a decision not to pollute the protected areas. So, and truth be told, these things still find their way into our waters, because I've also done a couple of river cleanups and beach cleanups, and I still find it there. So, what will be the solution? Because we find that, yes, we've made a decision, but the decision is not conclusive so that we can have a solution which will ensure that we have a stop into issues of plastic finding their ways into our waterways. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Satish, you can stand up, introduce yourself and ask your question.
So, thanks to Mr. Ayele, I understood which generation I come from. I'm a bit shy, Anyway, so I think my name is Satish Kumar. So I used to work for Addis Ababa University for more than 18 years. Currently, I am associated with PACCHA. I just wanted to reiterate and support what Dr. Tenia just mentioned. Number one, I think, the curriculum mainstreaming has not happened, and the interdisciplinary issues have not been properly taken up by the universities. So the universities not only teach different subjects in isolation to each other, but they themselves are isolated from the communities. Because why would we go in a glacial pace to change the curriculum when it is necessity, when it is a necessity for our younger generation, for our kids to learn about them, and because they are the ones who are affected the most. So I think as universities, we have to introspect, because I think we are not with the communities, we are not moving at the pace what the community would require us to do so. And the second point which Dr. Tenia mentioned is about structural adjustments. I think together with that, I would also like to bring out the issue of political space. So I always wonder, this school strike movement which Greta has initiated, I always wonder, there are like, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s of Gretas in our continent. But would we allow them to go out and strike? Would they will they be safe enough? Will in that respect, I think that we have actually, I would say, we have not kept our promises, and we have not given what we have. How do I put it the right word? We have not kept the promises, and we have not done justice to the current generation. So, I think it is for us, like Dr. Tenia and myself and others in our generation, to introspect and do the right action so that they can have their own space. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks for that commitment. I think we had 3 hands on that side. I see Issa, the gentleman from Nigeria. Stand up and introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you to the panelists and also for the opportunity. I think my own would be solution-driven for us as young people. And I'll start by saying it is not competition, but collaboration. And as young people, we need to build our defense on solidarity building, movement building, and cooperation, working together and not in isolation. And if we do that, one key thing is that we'll begin to have ourselves being on the table of decision making, and at the same time also mobilize finance for most of the impact that we want to drive. And one practical strength, and that's where PACJA is also leveraging on and helping us even to gather today, is because they understand the importance of solidarity building and also coming together to build a force. Now, one practical example that we've used back home in the country is starting up with the Young Digital Platform, or the Young Digital Activists and Community Resource Persons, with the initiative drawing from the continental level at PACJA Secretariat here, going back to Nigeria. We started mobilizing young people to use the internet or the social media. For us, or for some people, it was like a joke or something that won't yield any meaningful result, because it's believed that young people are always on the internet or using social media, but no tangible contribution. But this force actually brought us to understand that even those at the helm of affairs, or those in power, which is of course the government, started recognizing that we were using it meaningfully, and not just using it, but we're using it to make contribution and demanding that we want to be part of the process, and also bringing out solutions to the problems that we're having with regards to our climate issues. And because of that, the build up to reviewing the Nigerian nationally determined contribution, which is what was submitted before the COP, reviewing our NDC, the government had to call on us to be part of the process in all of the 6 regions, telling us that we should mobilize youth around the 6 regions to be part of the process in reviewing the NDC. That's not all. Recently, we started what we call Know Your Climate Change Act, which is the Nigeria Climate Change Act, was signed back in 2021, in November, signed by the president immediately coming back from the COP. And after 6 months, we discovered that this it has not been operationalized. And for us, we have the social media. Of course, we don't have the resources to maybe even call the government to a roundtable to discuss. But we went through the social media and organized ourselves again to say, okay, let us demand. And then we said, for us to have meaningful contribution, we have to start with a strategy of saying, let us know the Climate Change Act as a people first. Because it's when you know that you'll be able to engage or know what you are even demanding for. And so we started with that process. So we started with knowing your Climate Change Act. And young people, a lot of young people and organizations key into that aspect. And within 2 days, the minister had to call on us and also said, okay, that this is the process on ground. That already the operationalization is having issues because of some legal issues. The Minister of Environment was the one that had to reply to us, and also with that process, we are currently engaging on taking this to the region so that we'll be able to have those at the community understand that we currently have a Climate Change Act. Because what also drove us was that we had like commissioners of environment within the states. And 2 of them, for example, were in a conference and we were asking them, the Climate Change Act is on now. Do you know about it, or what are the plans in your state, like a county, towards this? And to be shocked, the 2 of them said they don't know about the Climate Change Act. And this has been signed six months ago. And so with this, we drove this, we started this campaign and currently ongoing, and a lot of engagement, and these are steps in which we can take. So it is all about us coming together, collaborating, building together, and not just working in isolation, because only you can do it, but all of us can do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Pius. Next, I think we have that gentleman. Then I must give an opportunity to a lady. Yeah, I think we have one at the front. That gentleman, Denisa.
Merci. Moi, je vais parler français. J'espère que tout le monde va prendre son truc pour au moins entendre ce que je vais dire. Donc, c'est merci à Pagza de...
Just a second. I think we need the panelists to have the translation.
Okay, merci.
You can proceed.
Donc, merci. Je m'appelle Talibé Diallo et je viens du Sénégal, et plus précisément le sud du Sénégal à Ziguinchor. Je représente ici Pagza Sénégal et nous avons une plateforme qu'on appelle plateforme des clubs changement climatique. Nous avons 21 clubs changement climatique dans le Sénégal. Donc, mon slogan à moi, c'est à plusieurs, on peut faire plusieurs choses. C'est pour cela que je félicite Pagza de nous avoir intégré la minorité. Surtout, je vois des pays lusophones qui sont là et dont Pagza est en train de chercher la solution pour la transition, parce que ensemble, on peut faire beaucoup de choses. Donc, pour nous, c'est très important. Il faut que l'on pense au réseautage. Parce que ici, nous, au niveau de la Casamance, par exemple, en son temps, on appelait la verte Casamance, et à savoir le sud du Sénégal, la verte Casamance. Mais aujourd'hui, cette Casamance verte est passée au jaune, et demain, peut-être, elle va passer au rouge. C'est pour cela la jeunesse que nous représentons, nous sommes levés pour faire des activités, pour faire des actions. Mais le problème, c'est comment, comme vous l'avez dit, créer le pont sur les activités qui se font au niveau de la base, au niveau de la communauté, et les stratégies au niveau mondial, au niveau national, au niveau continental. Quel est ce pont-là, quel est ce lien qu'il faut créer? C'est pour cela. Et j'aimerais poser cette question au docteur, s'il pouvait nous entendre et nous répondre à cette question-là. La deuxième question, et la dernière, c'est comment pouvoir financer nos activités. Parce que nous avons des difficultés des fois pour mener des activités, mais aussi avoir leur financement, parce que s'il faut mobiliser les jeunes, s'il faut mobiliser la communauté, il faut aussi des dépenses liées à cette activité, parce que nous faisons des activités de reboisement, nous faisons des activités de sensibilisation, de plaidoyer auprès des autorités, mais la question de financement pose problème. Merci.
Merci, Diallo. Issa, keep it short, please.
Yes, Robert, thank you. Is it comfortable to put in Swahili?
No.
Okay, I'm asking questions for my fellows in Kenya. You know, now is in a political era. We are heading the elections in a few days to come. So you, Pakja, and the rest of my fellow Kenyans, how we prepare ourselves in advocacy addressing our issues on climate justice and young people, or for those politicians to take them into their manifestos and campaign during this time toward the election day?
Thanks, Issa. On the manifesto, I think we had a lady on this row. Power to women. We had one, I think, at the front here.
Thank you. My name is Florida Edgar Raymond. I'm actually from Tanzania. I'm a student at Tumaini University, Dar es Salaam College, taking Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication. Well, one of the speakers spoke about involving students from primary level, of which it's actually a very good thing. But we are here. We are different from. We have different religions, and I think. But I actually want to ask the professor: have they thought of involving religious leaders? Because we have these madrasas for Muslims, we have Sunday schools for Christians, and a lot of those classes at church, of whereby we've been taught the good things and how we should behave in the community, what to do and what not to do. What if we tell these religious leaders to actually take this climate change knowledge to the kids from the grassroots, so that they can learn from the start, so that when they grow up, they'll think like it's actually everyone's responsibility to take care of the community or take care of the environment, because most of the youth, they think taking care of our environment or fighting against climate change, it's actually the government role, of which it's not true, because everyone is involved. As you said, climate change cut across everything. So I think we should, or if you have actually thought of involving religious leaders, it will be much better, because those people, they have a very big influence to people. They have people, a lot of people at their back, and then people listens to them. What if we use these religious leaders, of which they can be of a very big help for us to bring and take the knowledge of climate change to the people, so that we can take action together. Thank you.
Thanks. I think there was a question on specifically for Kenya from Issa and Antec, the Kenya platform for climate governance, the coordinator. You may respond to that, especially on how we can engage our politicians in ensuring that climate change becomes part and parcel of politics. That question on religious institutions, I know we have Julius, but also Abuya also works with the religious institutions. I don't know whether he's still in the room. Maybe you can respond on how we can engage religious communities in enhancing climate action. But let me take the last two questions. I saw a hand from the back. Yes, and that lady. So that hand and the lady on my right. Stand up, please.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I am Mohamed Jallo. I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa, the land of milk and honey, the anthem of West Africa. But that one don't mind me, it used to be. Yes. What I want to share with us here, in Sierra Leone, we're facing a lot of problems, and when it comes to climate change and in effect, and for example, we have faced a lot of flood, landslide, yeah, and other disastrous climate effect. And we've been doing our bit and engaging young people and having advocacy drive on media and reaching out to communities, and what I mean to realize that, and the more we do our advocacy and the more we have issues as well. And sometimes it's because of the duplicacy of some of our activities. We are lacking the collaboration, working together as team, and even when it comes to the negotiation room, and we still have the challenge because one set of group having their own idea, their own presentation, and the other group as well. So at the end of the day, the elders or the funders or the ones who emit the most, like the West and so they tend to ask what's really we are requesting for, what we want actually, But for me, I think we need that strong voice and that strong platform. Like Pakja have created this platform, and we make sure that we use this very platform to strengthen our voices, because most of us here, if not all, we have more than 1-2 organizations and we represent, and nearly we're doing the same as well. So at the end of the day, if you are sharing resources, you give to all of this one, few benefit. And then we are still not yet there. And increase of poverty in communities due to the climate effect. So for me, from here, let's have that idea that collaboration counts, and strengthen our negotiation skills count as well, so that as negotiators, as youth activists, wherever you find yourself, you will be able to make impact within and outside your country. And I look forward to meeting some of my colleagues from East Africa here to see how best we can network and start building some strong voices around the continent, and use some of our strategy we used to do in Sierra Leone to connect with the youth sectors, particularly the council and youth ministries. Because as I'm speaking to you now, majority of the continent have youth ministry who are not led by young people. Still, we have old people there. So all of these are challenges for us already. So let's sit back and think strategically and able to bring something that is well strong and well pushed, so that we can have our voice back and we can take up this seat.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. I see so many hands, but I want to give the last opportunity to the lady in the middle. Please, we're running out of time. I think we can network more. Yes, please.
I will speak in French, so just speak. Bonjour à tous, je suis Madi Poba du Gabon. Alors, au Gabon, la question de changement climatique reste pour beaucoup une notion politique, que ce soit les intellectuels ou les communautés locales. Pour elles, lorsque vous parlez de changement climatique, les gens se disent que c'est une notion politique, ça a été monté par le gouvernement pour pouvoir soutirer de l'argent ou encore bénéficier des crédits carbone et autres. Donc ma question est de savoir comment sensibiliser les jeunes, les femmes, les communautés locales, ou encore comment les impliquer dans la question du changement climatique. Comment leur faire savoir que ça ne concerne pas seulement l'Occident et qu'aujourd'hui l'Afrique est concernée, on est touché, impacté par les changements climatiques. Merci.
Thanks a lot for those questions. I think we have many comments, inputs, and also questions. But before I invite my panelists, I think I want to give Antek. Antek is the lady on the far left. She's the coordinator of the Kenyan platform for PACJA. And basically, Kenya is going to the elections basically in 1 month. But essentially, even in our countries, how do we make climate change a political issue? Because that's very important, because at the end of the day, it's our politicians who pass the laws. They are the ones who pass budgets, and climate finance keep on coming up as a key mechanism for implementing climate actions at the country level. Antek, how do we make climate change a political issue?
Thank you so much, Robert, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to respond to that question. Yes, I'm glad we are on the political season and everybody's trying to get some votes. I'm aware that some of the parties have already included the issue of climate change in their manifesto. It's one thing to have it in the manifesto and it's another thing to implement. I know there are more parties who are yet to share their manifestos, and we are working so hard to ensure that we have the component of climate change incorporated. But I want to mention about the first Climate Change in Africa Act, which Kenya implemented in 2016. It's one of the most progressive climate change in the country, and has given civil society and youth an opportunity to participate in terms of decision making. In the Climate Change Act, there is the National Council, which gives an opportunity for a representation of civil society. At the counties, where we have 47 counties, there is the steering committee and the technical committee. Then we have 1,450 ward committees, which most of the counties have provided for a representative of a youth and a woman. So I don't know in Kenya how many of us have put ourselves in that space. So there's that opportunity to influence decision in terms of climate change. Thank you, Robert.
Thanks a lot, Anne. On the question on religious institutions and the power that religious institutions have, Julius, you work with Act Alliance, which is one of the biggest movements for religious movements. How can we ensure that we package ourselves and ensure that religious movements drive the voice of even young people on climate justice? Just in 1 minute.
Thank you, Robert, for the opportunity to respond to that. And just to say that when you want to have what we call social change, you must appreciate that our society is modeled around some key fundamental blocks. One of them is our culture, the other one is religion, faith, and the other key dimension of our society is the politics of it, just to mention a few. So the place of faith in climate justice is one that does not just go beyond the imperative of faith organizations and people of faith to take action on advancing, or rather on the climate crisis, but one that fundamentally looks at the place of faith leaders and faith institutions in actually causing a change within how we behave, and secondly, how we respond to the problems of our times. And one of them is the climate crisis. Just to respond to the question, for example, I'm just giving an example of Act Alliance and the work we are doing in Tanzania at the moment. We brought together young people and faith leaders and government leaders. So the deputy minister and other government officials with key young people and as well people of faith leaders. And one of the things that came out was that it's important to leverage on the institutions, the faith institutions, but also within those institutions are key people such as faith leaders who make decisions. So the idea from the lady from Tanzania is immensely unique, because then it offers us that entry point to check how to actually initiate and inculcate behavior from a young age through places of worship. And I would love to take that on with her, take that forward with her, and introduce her to the work that we are doing in Tanzania, and look at how we can leverage on it as we as well open up space for faith leaders to influence positions. These leaders have access to political leaders, have access to us who go to church and mosques and other places of worship every Sunday. So we are doing an immense work on how to model change through faith for climate justice. Thanks.
Thanks, Julius. I want us to be fair to our online community. I think we have one question with our online community. Can we have it? Who is managing the online platform? Yes?
Okay, so we have one question from Kennedy Chuma. How can we address the challenge of weak institutions, especially in Global South?
Come up again.
How can we address the challenge of weak institutions,
Okay.
especially in the Global South?
Okay, thanks. How can we address the challenge of weak institutions, especially Global South? I want to invite our panelists, and I think I will start with Dr. Zita. There are several questions directed to you, and especially from the first gentleman on addressing waste, and also how can we finance climate change activities from a youth perspective. But of course, our panelists, there are questions regarding or strengthening youth movements in Africa. You can respond to those questions. I think the comment from Satish is very important, especially on how we can make climate change as a key subject within our institutions. But I think that was a comment based on the inputs that you made. But also your closing statements, because we are also running out of time.
Thank you very much. Let me start from where my colleague Satish mentioned about curriculum. I think is less possibilities as citizens of Africa to approach universities with the issues that require to be adjusted. Curriculums at this particular time, I'll say from first of Nairobi, we work very closely with the industry stakeholders. So if you like and say, have you included this in health, engineering, most likely that will actually be captioned. But it will not happen until you actually approach the institution and say, with our stakeholders, we want to be part of the training of the next decision makers. Now, the issues about environmental management and conservation is very, very important. I would actually say that it's actually borders on governance. And one of the critical way that you can actually be able to do that is that Africa has got the largest pool of young people. And it also one of the regions that got highest number of smartphones because we were not connected online. And you could actually use that to actually drive the issue about plastic waste and environmental conservation and governance through use of social media and to capture that information and post it. Shame those who are posting it, pressurize the managers like municipalities are supposed to be in charge of waste, and let us drive, because social media is actually able to do that because legislations are there, but implementation does not happen because we don't point out the ill. So the young people can actually be able to do that, and they're quite a huge population. The other aspect is that financing climate, fundraising is not very easy thing, but it actually be doable, and particularly when it comes from the young people in high school and universities. There are many companies that would be willing to actually fund those kind of things, but the proposals are not coming. Why don't they come? Because they don't know how to do it. And this is where, you call it the Z generation, would actually come on board to actually train these young people early enough on how do they get it, provide private companies, how can they fundraise. And most of the time when students go to Coca-Cola or any other big company, they don't come back empty-handed. But it doesn't happen because most of the time they don't know how to do it. And I would like to mention something about church. I think you need to come to cascade to the lower level. I would like to say for all the years I've actually been, I usually go to church many times, and issues about environment is never mentioned. And these are things that we can actually do at the local level because people never disobey their church leaders or their Muslim or say their faith leaders. People don't disobey. So once they are told, they'll actually be able to obey. And though these are underutilized, I know Pakche is doing that, but can I cascade it to a lower level so that you can actually be able to hear it on a Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday? And that is something that is easily doable. And then in terms of my closing statement, I would say that the late Nobel Professor Garmadai was very passionate about environment. And she did mention that there will come a time that environmental issues will become human rights issues. And we are at that particular space where the environmental issues are human rights issues now. They're very, very important. We need to treat them the way the same we treat environmental issues. And so beyond, the reason why we are here is because of poor governance of climate. So we need to think about beyond those conservation activities we take, beyond environmental conservation, we need to think how to pressurize the global community to improve climate governance. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just also want to react to the issue on bringing religious leaders on board, asked by the lady from Tanzania. You know, and I think in the issue of movement building, religious leaders are one sector that have not really been brought on board as relevant stakeholders. I remember, I think 2 months ago when there was a workshop on the Nigerian Climate Change Act, and I remember asking a question that on the board of the Climate Change Act, that from what the government had brought on board, I'm not seeing where they've captured the interest of religious leaders. And I recall the professor there almost shut me down and said, you know the intention in the country currently. We have to be very careful when we talk about religious leaders and bringing them. But these guys also hold very powerful influence. Julius had also mentioned it. They hold very powerful influence in trying to change the behavior of the people who listen to them. And I think that is also one area we need to also look at as young people. As a closing for me, the discussion that I've gone on here, I see that there's really need to place emphasis on the nexus of the different areas of climate change. Someone who is studying law should understand how law affects climate change. Someone who is in the construction industry needs to understand their role in playing their role in active climate change, meaningful climate change. Someone who is a fashion designer, you know. So these are the areas young persons need to build capacity, understanding the nexus between the different angles and different areas that climate change. And I know that this is one of the things the climate summer school is all about, building the capacity and also understanding the nexus of the different areas of climate change. And I'm happy that is going to be done. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing contributions and questions coming from the audience. I think the people who did the selections, they really chose well. So I think I just want to address a question which came on weak institutions amongst us. I believe each and every organization started from somewhere, and it was not an easy road. But I think what has been working from where we come from is coming up with consortiums, whereby if you do not meet certain requirements in the event that you want to apply for a grant, you can get to partner with other organizations that have done it before. This has actually worked. And in other countries, we have like big agencies, UN agencies that are actually supporting upcoming youth organizations just to strengthen them in terms of capacity. It could be human capacity, it could be financial capacity. so that at least they can get to play their part in addressing the climate crisis. But also just want to encourage all of us to be, not to say when we hear about political issues and say, no, this is not our thing, this is our father's thing. I think we have reached to an extent whereby in order for us to make changes within the constitutions or within different kinds of acts, we need to be interested with politics. Whatever party you're part of, or whatever party you want to join, man, that's none of our business, right? But you need to contribute into politics. It is what it is, because some of the things that we are complaining about here on the Climate Change Acts, etc., some of these things can really be changed if we are in the system. So if you see people talking about politics, don't say, no, this has nothing to do with me. Politics is it's a dirty game. Be in that dirty game and push for environmental activism whilst you're in the system. Then I think I need to mention about this. My sister was talking about how we can make sure that environmental education is accessible and making sure that young people, okay, fine, I will just give you entry points which you can go back and check. We received funding from the UNCC LEN to come up with an learning strategy. So this could be another entry point. If you go back to your country, take a look at that. This is something that can actually help you. In terms of implementation of small climate-related projects, they are funds from the Climate Promise Fund. They are the Climate Promise 1. This year there's the Climate Promise 2. These funds, they are from UNDP, but in order for you to access them, you need to have a good relationship with your government. So start engaging with your government. Engage and involve with your government. Last but not least, the things that young people do not want to hear about. You just cannot wake up today and say, I want to apply for a grant from PACJA, yet they don't even know you. This is the platform to create relationships with them. They need to know what you're doing. He is from CEDA, he is from PACJA. We have a lot of people here who have big organizations that can actually support you. You know, you need to create a relationship first so that when you apply for certain funds, they know that you are doing something within the space. So let's take advantage of this platform that we have. We are very grateful for the platform, but let's make good use of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth and fellow panelists. I think this has been an interesting discussion, and also all of you for being active in this session. I think in the next 2 weeks, we have quite a well-packaged program that will go into the nitty-gritties, especially on unpacking climate justice and different components that we may follow through. But of course, I think like the panelists have mentioned, and even what many of you are saying, is that young people are the human capital that we have in Africa. And for us to achieve climate justice, then young people have the biggest role to play, and being on the front line, advocating for these issues. Networking, how we even advance the skills that we have on our online platforms, exploring platforms that exist and others that do not exist. We have various opportunities for us to engage. We have various opportunities for us to tap into. We have platforms where we can access resources, even amongst ourselves, in driving this agenda. I know all of us want to participate in policy issues at the international level, but the small bits of issues that we do at the local level, they are equally highly important, because even as you advocate at the international level on policy issues, I think it's important you come from a background. You have best practices, cases that you can share on what can work, what cannot work, and what Africa can do, especially in advancing climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in appreciating my panelists. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. I want to welcome Philip for concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert, for that powerful session. Again, I think the success around that particular session has also been brought forth by your intensive research and able panelists, which we've got to thank, and also the interventions that came from the floor, which we must appreciate. I know we did not announce this in the morning, and it is important to announce that even as we begin the adjournment process, We don't close in Pakcha, we adjourn. The action still continues in all social media platforms, and you can follow us on Twitter at Kenyatta University, again on Twitter at Pacha1, and again at Summer School 1, Summer_School 1. Those are platforms that you can actually follow this particular conversation, because the conversation has to continue. On Facebook, it's actually at Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance in full, and then Summer School again in full on Facebook. We are also building traffic through hashtags. NSSCJ, Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, NSSCJ, again hashtag Youth Matter, and hashtag African COP, and hashtag COP for the Africa people, and hashtag COP27 Africa Voice. So there are a number of platforms. If you have a smartphone, and if you have taken a photo, and if you are clear about the action that you are advancing, those are some of the spaces that you can further this particular discussion. Listening through the discussion since morning, and I will not claim to have listened very keenly to capture each and everything, but I've had snippets of things that are important. Starting from number one, how are you organized from where you are coming from? Are you a social movement, or have you come as an individual? But of course, likely the screening system did also assess what you are doing to ensure that you are drawn from the movement. If you are drawn from a movement, is it a small movement? Is it a village movement? Can you make it bigger? And how bigger can it grow? That becomes quite important in this particular process. Because listening to all the accounts, including Rufaro and Julius, it started from below. If you are not connected from below, then you are losing it. It's important to emphasize that. There is something that has also come consistently across, and whether you call it partnership, whether you call it collaboration, whether you call it networking, it is a theme that is again cutting across the conversation since morning up to this time, and really punctuating all the presentation and all the discussions that were done today. So it is indeed important to look at how are you networked, how are you collaborating, and what kind of partnerships do you have. The third theme that of course kept coming out is the role of evidence and the space for evidence in this conversation. And what is also clear is that there is no contestation around available evidence on whether the Earth's temperatures are increasing and whether again climate change is causing the variability that we are seeing. That is not in contestation, and it is indeed important for us to rely on available evidence, but also continue to forge strategic partnerships for purposes of driving the kind of transformation that we want to drive using evidence. Evidence is important, but evidence on its own is not sufficient unless it's backed up by well-structured process or policy influence across. I'm happy that there is quite an online audience from Global North, and this then begins to raise fundamental issue which has also been raised, because the evidence that is there has no questions. Why are we condoning global conspiracy and lack of action, particularly on climate issues, when we know Africa is a special needs and special circumstance continent? That came out quite strongly. Probably it is because of our lack of organizing, our inaction, that is continuing to perpetuate this particular conspiracy. And through our strong mobilizing, organizing, networking, working in solidarity with young people in the North, then we can break this particular conspiracy. I think the co-president emphasized the framing for COP27 being an implementation COP, and with clarity on what it should implement, the special needs and special circumstances consideration for Africa was an overarching message from co-presidency, the advisor to co-presidency. And that means that then for that to be reality, we must have multiple actions, multiple and also complementing actions across all levels for us to drive that kind of transformation that we are envisaging. Because unless we do it, we will not make it to where we want to be. And again, for that change to be realized, the place and the position of young people is extremely important. And the Nairobi Summer School is but just one of the initiatives of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, particularly in terms of working with young people to drive the transformation that we are looking for. I think our work was clearly cut out, and of course this conference continues to cut that work much more clearly in terms of what more additional role are we going to play in terms of advancing transformative leadership moving forward. And listening to alumni of the first summer school, it is indeed clear that work has been done in terms of shaping processes from below. Are we going to be able to influence those formative years and ensure that there is skills, or skills are attained at the right time when attitude has not been formed, so that the right framing and the right attitude towards climate justice is embraced? There were contestation on whether there are sufficient platforms, but indeed, any space where people are convening to discuss development, to discuss social justice, to discuss human rights issues, to me is a critical space for driving the transformation agenda. That is where I begin. I usually begin by saying, conquer the space that is available. Invent spaces that are not there, because unless, if the space is not there, you create it. If the space is not there, you create it in the first place. If it is there, then you conquer the space. If it's there and it's not serving you very well, you reinvent that particular space. And I think this is part of what we'll be doing in the process of this summer school in terms of looking at the existing platforms and how do we utilize these platforms to drive the agenda, because it indeed came out as, again, another broad area for conversation. Our work, particularly in the multidisciplinary collaborations, is cut out because of the interdisciplinary nature of climate change. I like picking on loss and damage in specific and say, if loss and damage is causing displacement, and you pick on displacements that normally occur, they usually violate a minimum of 18 human rights. The moment you displace a particular population, at any particular time, 18 human rights are outrightly violated immediately. And therefore, when you begin looking at climate change and its impact, then you begin to see the realm of violations of human rights that is there. But in interacting with those people who are closely affiliated to the negotiation, the human rights discourse is not accepted. So as we even pursue matters around climate justice in all spaces, then we must ensure that the climate justice narrative, the human rights narrative, is central to the conversations. Countries that are progressive are again making impact by having a strong pitch at the political level, a strong pitch of climate justice issues at the political level. Are we prepared to do that? Will the second summer school break this particular ice and ensure that we are able to cut and punch above our weight and ensure that climate justice discourse is a central pillar to the political conversations and political decisions, including elections in this country? I think that is the work that has been clearly cut for us. And we don't need to start big, we just need a point from which we start to gravitate and move the processes to the next level. I think the central theme about employment for young people and the climate change continues to be our rallying point. Rallying point so fundamentally because climate change is eroding all the opportunities that are there for young people for employment, decent income, decent job. Whether you call it employment, whether you call it income, whether you call it livelihood, it is being eroded. How we work on that, I think this team must fix it. Luckily, because I can see people are looking at me with sad face, the program is structured to enable you, just as Robert has said, leave the summer school with all the skills to drive the influence that you are looking for. That is the point that I want to end at in terms of summarizing the conversations that have happened and make two quick announcements. Yes, I wish you all the best. Make two quick announcements. Announcement number one, we are going to have lunch in one central place, not where we took our tea, and we need to start going there shortly. And I know we are all feeling a bit hungry, so we need food, but we would request, because we are using university buses to shuttle to that particular place, that the locals means the nationals of Kenya accord opportunities to the visitors, at least for the first buses, and then we can join subsequent buses. I'm promised that nobody will miss lunch. Even if you go later, it will be better because you will have the luxury of serving without restriction. So that is what I'm advised. Then finally, we will have a vote of thanks from one volunteer. When I say volunteer, I don't nominate. I usually say it's volunteer, whoever raises his hand first. And then those who will be left behind as other shuttle there, you will not be left doing nothing. You will be entertained a bit. So there is entertainment that will serve that particular purpose. I think from my end, I'm done. I'm happy to have this conversation, which has actually curtain raised a lot of issues. And at this point, I invite one volunteer for vote of thanks. Let's have the microphone at that corner. There is a man because of the art.
So good afternoon. Yes, my name is Timothy Ndegwa, and from an organization called We Don't Have Time, which is a media a climate review platform. So I wish to convey my vote of thanks to God for enabling us see it to this moment, and secondly to the organizers of the event, PACJA and other partners, for just finding it worthy to organize such an event whereby we can come and engage on climate justice. And to the cohort, I wish you the very best of luck as you purpose to pursue this cause. I know it's for a good cause, and for us as well, for the rest of us, to keep the conversation going. Let's be good ambassadors for Mother Planet Earth, because all said and done, we have no other planet. It's either Earth or Earth. Thank you so much, and let us be ambassadors of our Mother Nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments. Brian, over to you. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon. Once more, I'm Brian Misiati. I come from Art Space 254. We try to simplify the climate change messages through art. And today we want to give you a performance, the Isukuti beat. We want to tell a simple story of how climate change is affecting women in Africa, more so bringing about droughts. So I hope you enjoy the performance. It is performed in a Luya dialect. I hope you can grasp. The story is very simple, so I hope you can grasp the story and have a few takeaways. So you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is our space, and we are discussing our cultural creative plan. The time we're talking about the mostly the main people of